Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to another Saturday art stream. Sorry for the hiccups at the beginning. I was doing some cleanup off stream during the BRB screen and I realized, oh shit, I forgot to put the Ethernet cable in. And it was being a little finicky, but I think it's all good now. No guarantee that the stream will be fixed for, like, the duration of the night. You know how it is. But, yeah. Gonna be continuing commissions tonight. We almost finished this one. And then I need to get started on this one. These are kind of time sensitive because they're Christmas gifts. And then there's a third one I need to do. So new update. I have a Christmas variant for my PNG tuber now. I still have the plushies. I just have like a quick tab just so you can see my shirt design. That'll change later. I don't know. I've been messing around with it. I like just adding things to it, and I have a new facial expression too. I have at least 2 or 3 more keys to use up before I can't add anything else, and that's just for my numpad settings. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun just messing around with this thing and whatever. It's fun. It's stupid, it's fun. Anyway, I was gonna play a couple videos before we start our listening for tonight. That being a couple of Christmas-centered videos. And then in the second half, we'll be listening to some No Sleep. Because No Sleep is always pretty good. Anyway. So... yeah. Oh no, the spoilers. It has been spoiled.
We nailed him! Oh, let's go!
Oh?
Happy holidays, fat boy.
Spiders rat. Mess with this dragon.
Classic.
And you'll get burned.
Ow! That's gotta hurt.
Bro, what the fuck? Alright, let's make sure this is at a reasonable volume. Alrighty, there we go. Yeah, I Lucario. I love that
As
one.
you know, I spent my Christmas in southern Sweden, and
Hi, Enip.
a lot of fun stories, a lot of weird stories, but most importantly,
Oh, I forgot to turn my phone down.
Last night was a fucking experience, alright? Alright, so this is what happened. My mother
Sorry
and I booked the
for
tickets
starting
for
kind of
No
late
Sleep
tonight. I was
again.
fumbling around.
No, I need to travel back eventually, too. So, what happened was that we booked a ticket, and it said that the time of the arrival would take around, like the whole thing will be around from 7 p.m. till 6 a.m. And I thought, well, you know what? That's great. I can sleep on the train, and I'm sure they'll do some sort of like stop where the train, you know, I can sleep on the train or whatever. So I get on the train, and the first thing is that there's a screaming fucking child that he has an iPad, and he's like screaming while playing video games. He's like this. I don't know if this kid had ADD or something like that, but And his dad, I mean, what a fucking spineless dad. He's like, hey, stop that. All the people are trying to sleep here now. You know, I'm like, just take the iPad from him, you fucking poop. Anyway, so throughout this entire trip, I'm miserable. I'm just like, dear God, I can't. Here's the thing, to go to where I live from where my mother lives, I have to take a train and then a bus. And I thought, well, if I can't sleep on the train, at least I can sleep on the bus, right? But once I get to, there's like a checkpoint in between where the train and the bus begins, in the bus trip. It stops there, the train, and I'm just like, oh, thank God that shit was over. I take my case at the train and to the bus terminal, and I look at the schedule and I go, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where's the bus times? The whole thing is blank. And I go, what? No, wait, what? And I scratch my head and I start to like panic a little bit because I think, well, wait a minute. You know what? I'm sure there's some sort of like technical crap about this that it's not showing up. I'm just gonna wait here. And I thought, that sucks. It sucks. But at least I can, I don't know, sleep a little bit on the bus terminal. So I sit down and there's not a fucking soul in the bus terminal. And it's spooky, it's dark, it's cold. I can't even begin to tell you how cold it was in Sweden. You know how cold it was? It was minus 25 Fahrenheit. I was full fucking cold. I'm serious. So I'm sitting there like shivering like, oh my God, let me go home, please. And thank God I packed 2 jackets. So I sit down and I'm just like, all right, the bus will get here eventually. But it doesn't come. The bus does not fucking come. Like, there's not a bus in sight. And eventually a police cop shows up and he's like, hey buddy, you can't sleep here. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? You can't sleep here. And I go, well, if I can't sleep here, am I supposed to wait outside for the bus? And he's like, no, there's no bus. And I go, what? And then it sinks into me, I must have missed my bus or something, because there's no bus coming. And the only way to like sit through this is to just bite the sour apple. So now I realize I have to spend my day in a foreign city with no money and no phone. I'm an idiot. I didn't pack my smartphone or nothing like that. And I think, alright, well, I guess I can check into a hotel until the morning, because there's always buses the next day, you know. So I check in on a hotel and I ask, like, what's the money or the cost of a room. Every room is greater than the money I have for the bus trip, so I can't sleep anywhere. I can't sleep outside or else I get pneumonia and die. And the only place that's currently open is a fucking McDonald's. And I go, oh, please, God, no. So I go to the McDonald's and I'm just miserable. I'm freezing. And I wait in line and they're like, I can take your order, please. And I go, alright, listen, this sounds fucked up. Can I sleep here? And they scratch their head and they look at each other like, you some kind of hobo? I'm just like, no, I just have no money. I need to spend the night someplace. And they go, I guess. And keep in mind, this was on the weekends, and at this late, at like 1 a.m., what do people do after they drink? They go to McDonald's and get burgers. And I'm just like, alright, okay, this sucks dick. So I sit down, I get no burgers, I barely have any money for any food. I sit down amongst drunk people that are loud and like fighting with each other.
God,
like,
poor Joel.
Let me sleep. Do something. And I'm just like sitting there with my hands, you know, my face resting in my palm of my hands. I go just like, oh God, just kill me. And I sit at a McDonald's for 7 hours. I get here 23, and it's like 6. I sit at a fucking McDonald's sleeping for fucking 7 hours. And I wouldn't even call it sleep. It was more like being awake and sleep deprivation. Because eventually a cop shows up, like, you know, taps me, and he goes like, hey, You can't sleep here, you drunkie. I'm just like, oh, please, please, do not fuck with me right now. He thought I was drunk. Like, he thought I was drunk and I had slept off. But I was like, I rose up and I was like, listen, friend. Listen here, buddy, old pal. I am in a city I do not know. I need sleep. I'm entirely sober. I just have no place to go. And he's like, well, you can't sleep here. I'm just like, or else. He's like, you're all be sleeping in a cell. I'm just like, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? So I sit up and I'm just like, okay, not only can I not sleep, but I also need to keep myself awake at McDonald's with drunk people. And I'm just like, oh, and I have a headache and I'm just like, death. I've never wished for death more. So I sit around until 6 a.m. at a McDonald's. It's open 24 hours. I'm just like, eventually I get on the bus. I have never slept so uncomfortably in my life on a bus, but I've never had such a good sleep at the same time. So eventually I get back and, you know, it's even colder in northern Sweden. I get my case out and I just drag myself home. I literally, like, kick the door open to my apartment and I go down like a tree on the bed. I'm just like, you know, and I just immediately. That sucked. That sucked cock. All right, that was the fucking worst. All right, and you learn something. You learn something from some. You know, you learn new things every day. And you know what I learned? Always have a smartphone or a book or something so you can like occupy yourself with something. Because you know what I had to do for 6 hours? Listen to drunk people talk about penis. You know, ugh. Ugh. What a day, what a night. But I had a good time at my mother's place and all that. But
Joel.
oh man.
Christmas in February.
Hey, look at that. What is this? Is this my iPad that we're looking at?
Wait, what?
This is my iPad. And what's over here?
Me.
Oh, that's just a bunch of What's this over here too? No, just was curious.
Wait, what?
This is 41 shitty Christmas iPad games. That's what we're doing. All right, let's go. Okay, this is a match 3 game. So this is match 3 to clear. Collect all to finish the level. Got Santa up there. This game sucks. Christmas game.
This game sucks.
All right, so I'm the little Santa on the left. I got it. I'm running. Well, he got hit by a car and died.
Oh no.
Next! What does this have to do with Christmas at all? Besides the creepy music in the background, I don't know. Okay, pull it in nice and easy there. That's it. No, I think it's got to be like exact apparently, and I can't reverse either. Oh my god. Just go full gas into the house.
Oh no.
I like this one.
Wait, what?
Good lord.
I can't believe this is a fucking game, man. You hear the Wilhelm scream? Oh shit, the cavalry! The fucking cavalry's here!
Oh, hello, my little friend. Are you here to get some presents? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe. Sure you are, but I need you to do something for me first. My elves need a couple of phones so they could call me from anywhere.
That person just drove off the road. Would you help? I can't refuse Santa. I'll do it. Fuck your elves, Santa. There's a helicopter over here.
I mean, honestly, just
What?
take the helicopter.
Why can Fuck you, buddy. You're coming with. You're stuck in the car. He's in the car with me. He's actually inside. His legs are still kicking around. Next. Did you guys notice that on the top of the screen, at the very beginning, it said that a storm is coming to my area, trying to like scare me into clicking the ad? What do you think I am, fucking 68 years old? Start your weather alerts now. My weather outlook. Storm incoming. Are you scared? Winter weather alert. You're going to die. Animated Christmas tree photo. I would like to access your photos. Okay.
Good lord. Hope everyone's doing good tonight.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Oh, we're over at the igloo now. Oh wow, how magical.
EP and pumped for tomorrow. Yeah, what's happening tomorrow? What are you streaming?
Where are we going now? Where are we off to now? Yeah, remember when you took that picture before? Here it is on a mountain.
Doom Dark Ages. Nice.
You know, for as like stupid as this thing fucking is, I could imagine if I had like a bunch of grandkids pictures and I got sent this, I'd be very happy. Santa's Avengers Squad.
Yeah.
Easy, medium, hard. You shall not pass. There's already like a meme in here. The medium.
Got drip
Change
for it
weapon,
and
grenade,
a lighting setup.
Jump, slide
Ooh.
here for look, slide here for move.
Nice.
Everybody got it? Let's go. Let's do it, right? Just loading. Okay, Santa's Avengers Squad. It's playing Ave Maria, by the way.
Flashing red and red and green lights. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say. Because I have a flash mode on my string lights too, or not string lights, but my LEDs, and I don't use it. I hate it. I can't do it.
There's a storm coming! How long can you survive? Tap only the pumpkin head. Tap only the pumpkin head. What the fuck?
You have an app to customize it. Ooh, cool.
There's a screamer. There's a fucking screamer. Next. Oh, here comes that song again that you've heard a bunch of times. No Gift Santa Gang Revenge. DC Medium Hard. I wonder if this game's made by the same guy with a different color in the beginning. Oh, hey, what do you know? Look at this. It's Ave Maria again, but with a weird tempo. And it's not Zombie Santa, it's this guy. What is it saying?
wish I could get lights with an app to customize the colors on it, but like, my phone has storage problems.
Pod race?
And really, like, I need to get it replaced anyway, because it's, like, all my apps are, like, starting to not work. Tell me how it makes sense that an alarm clock needs storage. Like, I'll go to set my alarm or set a timer and it goes, not enough storage, delete some, like, space. What?
This is a League of Legends MOBA game.
That makes no sense. So, like...
Are you shitting me?
So, like, now my alarm just doesn't even work.
Are you serious?
This morning I was like, I'm getting a suspicious amount of sleep. Let me check what time it is. Ah, shit, my alarm didn't go off. Because I know I didn't roll over and turn it off this time. I know that specifically because I was in and out of sleep. You motherfucker.
What am I supposed to do? Do I pull?
Reconnecting chat. Are we still live? What's happening? Are we still here? Alright. That was weird.
All of his teeth out?
My phone said reconnecting to chat, so I was like, what?
Oh, God! You're getting shaped for the high school reunion tomorrow.
Sorry. But anyway, yeah, like, my phone's being stupid.
High school reunion. Let that sink in for just a second. So, Santa fell off a roof. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Mine do that too. It's annoying. And like, I got an SD card for it recently so I can move pictures to an external. I thought that would help, but no. It's still like... I'm so full, I can't do anything.
Is Rudolph okay? Is Rudolph okay? Let's fix it. Fix it. Fixed. Yeah, put some A and D ointment on there. Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay, just look. Wait, look at the thumbnail for that one. Look, it's Santa giving an ultrasound to that lady. That's what that is. Jesus Christ. What? How do I control it? How do I control it? I don't understand how you control it. Is it up and down? Okay, it's inverted. It's inverted. It's inverted. We got it. Merry Christmas, everybody! Yeah, Santa's dead.
And sounds better. Might I just...
Come on. There we go. It was gonna happen tonight. Okay. I think we're good now.
Previously on the Catacomb.
Alright, I can't use hotkeys and, like, play videos at the same time.
On the Catacomb show.
Glenoa gets the salvage. Take care, guys. What? Where the fuck has Rascal Racers gone?
And now, we carry on.
Rascal Racers? No. Damn it. Where's Rascal Racers gone? Where has Rascal Racers gone? Where has Rascal Racers gone? The doorbell? But we don't buy or sell at this door.
We don't buy or sell at this door. No, we don't. I made sure of it. Like, seriously, we ain't buying and we ain't selling at this door, man.
Yeah, this video is a Christmas tradition for Ian and me. It's funny.
Nobody ever bought it on me, but
Sorry, I don't...
you know, we were
My feed is telling me something else. Saying that my stream is cutting out. I don't know.
Buy or sell at this door. Huh. I sure showed her.
This is why we start with videos first and not delve right into the creepy shit, I guess.
This game, right here, it's something else. I can tell you that much. If I showed it to you right now, you wouldn't even believe it existed. It doesn't look real. It looks fake. It doesn't belong. And you know what? I can see all you beautiful people at home, drinking some tea, having some biscuits, looking at the title of this video, and thinking to yourself,
God, what a handsome chap.
but we're not talking about me. We're talking about this! I can't believe I'm holding this right now. I can't believe I'm alive after playing it. I can't believe that I've got this picture on my wall that was drawn by my sister.
Did you call?
No?
Oh.
Hmm.
Okay then.
Fuck off. But for the good of all that is merry and wholesome on this fine season, I'm gonna play it again for you. Let's get a brief synopsis, shall we?
Experience how difficult it is to be Santa Claus. 256 color graphics, parallax background scrolling, digitized sound effects, animated in-game cartoons. Defeat guards and other creatures with snowballs and other cool defenses. Discover 4 unique worlds in 15 different levels.
My
Other
beautiful
cool
people,
defenses.
from the creators of Rascal Racers, Santa Claus saves the... You best put seatbelts on your brains, kids. Because I'm about to fucking plow them into the nearest tree.
Telegames.
You fucking cunt.
Yeah, let's go!
Why? Why is Santa in a red jumpsuit? Why does he have a lady's handbag? Why is that tree so badly sized and etched in? Why is the snow so violent? And who's this Johnny John Johnson over here? And what the fuck do you call that? Music? It sounds awful. Why is it entirely in sevens? Yeah, Santa Claus saves the Earth. I know what I'm talking about in music. Well, I guess we should see what options we have. Oh, we have a grand total of 2. 2 options! You can't even begin to understand how difficult it is to make a joke about that. But that don't matter. Let's just start a new game. More of this classic festive music here. And just what I always wanted. FMV. Wow. Only 1 day until Christmas. Wow. Oh yeah, cause you know, that never happens. I think I'd be more wowed over the
Phantom calendar paper.
And that guy from earlier was a wicked fairy. And she... wait. She? Johnny John Johnson? Where be her tits? And she has a magic... copper? Copper? That ain't no copper. It may be a pot that's made from copper, but it fucking ain't raw fucking copper! Oh, by the way... happened. And she saw Santa getting ready for Christmas, and that's why she's gonna destroy the Earth. Ah yes, the classic video game evil motivation, Watson. The kids are getting presents, and she is a selfish and jealous bitch. And those. Well, let me tell you about those. They're definitely some graphics. Or they could actually be Playmobil horses, I don't have a clue. Anyways, Nilum said, how could this happen? And became pretty furious. Damn, look at her rage. So what is she gonna do about all of this? Oh, and so Santa is the consumerist and commercialized spirit of Christmas is in jeopardy, and that somehow means that Santa needs to save the I don't fucking know! And with that, welcome to level 1. Bricky Brick Villington Brick. What can I say? Straight away, DKC looks better than this 32-bit monster. And sounds better. Might I just add as well that every single song presented to us throughout this entire shitstorm is a crappy MIDI soundbite that constantly loops. 16-bit?
Oh, this part is...
32-bit. And this song sounds a little bit... to us throughout this entire shitstorm is a crappy MIDI soundbite.
Play it again.
Constantly loops. 16-bit.
Do it.
32-bit. And this song sounds a little bit... I don't know.
Oh my god.
Lesbians, happy and free with each other.
And not only does this hunk of dick look and sound worse than DKC, it actually plays worse as well. Probably the worst I've ever played in my life. The screen doesn't scroll until Santa is about 3/4 of his way across the whole fucking stage. And whenever it moves, it locks into position until you make the effort to drag it along behind you. As for jumping, there's no real jump arc. You just kind of float upwards and then thump heavily to the ground. Like a brick. Did you see what I did there? And just when I'm getting a grip with these horrendous controls, I fall into a beginner's death trap. Before I even figure out what the buttons do, I'm thrust into the heart of war with these pricks. And the AI, I must say, is hideously unfair. How it works is that every enemy will start a course towards you whenever they enter a specific radius emitted by yourself. Whenever they exit it, they stop. Slow enemies are fine with this, but these fuckers over here are faster than you, and then also run past you after attacking you, only to repeat the same pattern on the opposite side. Meaning, obviously, you are given no time to attack back, or even run away. But how do we attack back? What is our method of defense? Well, snowballs, obviously. But we can switch between different weapons, such as sack, green sack. Whoa, Santa! Watch where you swing that thing. And every time you, I love my text though. And every time you use the sack, Santa automatically moonwalks. You know, inside that sack was probably a present for a starving little boy. And now Santa is beating the shit out of everybody with it. And, get this, you need to hold the attack button and then time each swing with every given enemy. Yep, no tapping attacks here, they all require holding down until they are fully committed to actually working. Basically, if anything comes near you, you're fucked. Whoa, wait, watch out, I can't change my attack. What? Is there ammo in this game? No. Ah, balls, I'm stuck with this useless attack here. Oh, and then I vaporize. Merry Christmas! Ha! Okay, that's the best game over screen I've ever seen in my life. Santa suffocating in the snow, and then the bluntest, most lacking of hope and encouragement game over message for little kids I have ever seen. Kudos. Do I dare continue, though?
Oh well. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. La la la. La.
Okay, well I'm not taking any shit this time. Ran out of snowballs again, so... Tomatoes? Okay, then let's see
Hey,
what it does.
welcome
Oh
back.
My god!
Sorry,
Oh, shit,
it's-
Santa's back in heat! And I don't know why
It's
Santa
being
hovers
weird
down
again.
slopes like an invisible escalator. But
Yeah.
regardless, it's pretty sweet.
It's a throwaway stream, so like, whatever. I'm not concerned about it.
Oh,
Just a
and
little-
everything and everyone
Just a little
makes
annoying.
the same damn noises. And not to mention the terrible side-scrolling can even get you hurt from incoming shit that you can't see. I do love this enchanted land that Nilam sent us to, though.
Hey, Spotty.
Extractor deep
I'm
underground.
working on a
That's enchanted.
commission.
And,
It's
why the-
friends.
Looky over here.
Friend
Perfect
Sona.
example. This is how the enemy AI makes this section impossible without me
Yeah.
taking some damage. I can't get out of this without taking some damage. Okay, well I'm not dead yet, so it ain't too bad.
What is that?
Woo! Santa, when did you get so nimble? You're like the Tom Daly of Lapland, my brother. And what's
Let's
this yellow
see.
triangle? I don't know. Does the game explain? Nope. It explains doodly squat. And when you're plonked into the middle of
Doodly
these
squat.
labyrinth-like stages with no sense of direction or goal, it makes this feel so much like a chore. There's no guidance, help, interactivity, nothing. Oh, and superpowers are useless. I got myself a super jump over here, and it runs out after I have a rail ride. Fuck you. Well, I wonder what's up here. Okay, apparently we were in Egypt or something this whole fucking time. Who knew? Maybe the lush organic grass and the snowy underground caves inhabited by cavemen kind of fucking gave it away. Well there, see? Curse of the Slow as Arse side scroll returns. Where am I going? I've got nowhere else to go. I mean, do I drop?
That fucking song.
See? Shitty guess. I just need to remind everyone that this is level 1. And I keep running out of goddamn ammo for everything with no indications. I thought it was something to do with these science vials up here, but hell if I know what they do. So I'm just gonna look this up. Let me just pause it for a sec while Oh, this explains
That
so
Trash
much
Panda's
more
grin
now.
says, I'll
All
get
of
us
the
in
ammo
trouble.
counts are there, and
Wanna
all
hang
those
out with him, it sounds
triangles
fun.
are keys, apparently. So much wrong went into
Yeah,
this
he
design
seems like a
choice,
cool
but
guy.
bugger it. It helps me out quite a bit right now. So every time I run out of ammo, I must and keep stopping to check my stats. What a piece of schmidt. I mean, this game delivers no feedback to the player. Made a mistake? You'll never know. All you can do is scavenge around until you can find items that you haven't picked up yet. But then if your journey is stopped and you fall back from something off screen that you couldn't see, you need to do the whole climb all over again to get another chance. And it doesn't help on how slow Santa moves. He makes this teeth grindingly slow. And most of the time, you gotta sit your ass down and wait for the platforms and things to revolve around you. And by the way, those triangles, they fit into keyholes because fucking science. Oh man, I don't remember turning on the Hobbit in 38 frames per second. What the hell is that doing here? And why is he using a torch? Idiot! Well, dead again. Ace! Any death in this game also resets fucking everything. And where these levels may not be too big themselves, Santa is. And he moves as slow as cranberry sauce.
Dripping down my arm and into a sand dune.
Silent Hill music, because why not?
Any kind of fun replayability with this. Unfortunately, due to the way that this game is designed, essentially you can actually be playing the exact same game.
That actually
4 or
doesn't
5
need
times and
anything.
You keep on dying. There's no way to spice it up and no variables or anything. You just got to play it the way it wants you to play it. So I replay all this shit again. Oh, the MIDI music file finishes, and then silence. Bliss. Calmness and serenity
No.
engulf your mind. You feel at one with nature, and indeed, your holy PlayStation. You give this game another chance to redeem itself as you question your motives of judgment towards a seemingly innocent game. Then the music starts all over again, you fucking cocksucking dumbo! And so, after 14 minutes, I get somewhere. Okay, I got a key, so let's head back to the beginning where the red door was. Dead end. Ah well, I found it now. End level! Yeah! Score! Who cares? Level 2 looks a little bit more interesting. But, was 90 minutes of grinding in level 1 really worth it? Shitty music, shitty visuals, shitty controls, shitty everything has returned, ladies and gentlemen. And I just remembered something. This game was released in 2002. That should be no excuse. Wait, is that a clown picture? A clown picture? Yeah, it is. It fucking is. It's a fucking clown picture. A fucking framed clown picture. Why in the neck?
My beloved, I must save you. But I can't save. The game's infection is spreading. It's already consumed you. This is the only way. I can't watch you suffer. You're practically dead already. I'm sorry.
And then I don't watch the skit at the end, really.
I am sorry I wrapped you up, Eddie. Merry Christmas!
Now every tune down in Toonville, like Nick,
I was putting this together and I forgot to put Plankton's greatest hits in here.
her pigtails were pulled too tight. It could be Cynthia got lost one night, but the real reason most folks would concur is she thought all the chocolate should be just for her, and as she looked down on all the Toon cheer, she had thoughts of stealing Nickmas this year. So she hopped in her Malibu Cynthia sleigh and took off for Toonville.
You put it in my holiday playlist.
She snuck through
Yeah, but that's the holiday playlist. That's not the video playlist.
A chocolate helmet, a chocolate board, chocolate figures above the Lord, chocolate patties on a chocolate grill, chocolate worms from
Let me see. What am I doing? Oh, yeah.
Chocolates all the way from Earth.
I forgot Sim was in this. Bitch, you can try.
Little Plankton Loo-Hoo, who had one eye, not two who.
Oh, he's so cute.
What is going on here?
Grinchelica tried to keep it alive. She patted Plankton on the head and kicked his green butt back into bed. Then she turned around and went on her way.
Trash. Trash.
But when she got up to the very tick-tock, she thought about something that made her stop. Tomorrow in Toonville there would be no treats, no Nickmas goodies, no Nickmas sweets. And as she looked down at her big Nickmas haul, she thought of the Toons having nothing at all, and she decided right then and there she really, truly didn't care. The real meaning of Nickmas was... And all the Toons in Toonville sang, Grinchelica's tummy grew 3
I do like the twist in that, like, man, I don't care. I'm not giving it back. It's mine. God, not the stock laughing.
10,000 places I'd rather be right now. 9 reindeer droppings. 8 wishes. 7,000.
Ew, Butch Hartman, get out of here. Gross.
5 incredibly expensive golden rings. 4 dudes are shredding. 3 cans of hairspray. 2 turtles laugh. Oh, Cosmo! And a starfish on a pine tree.
Pointy. This is the only, if it wasn't for the Christmas shit, I wouldn't fucking work. This is the only time of the year that I fucking work. It pisses me off. It's like, I'm glad to have it, knock on wood, but mother longer, you know? It's like...
Oh my god. Where is Poof? You can't have Fairly Odd Parents without Poof. Oh, that was like old Fairly Odd Parents before that character was even created. It's the only time of the year that I fucking work and it pisses me off. It's claws. Magnum opus video right here. Peak cinema, as the kids say.
Alright, buddy, you got two options here. You can be a saint, or you can be a Grinch. Those are your two choices. Choose wisely. So what's it gonna be, huh? A saint? Or a Grinch?
Yeah, get it, boy! Found someone who's never seen my favorite Christmas movie ever, 8 Crazy Nights. Really, no. They have no idea what they're in for. The Christmas cretin. Oh, this one's actually nice and not shitposty. Actually.
I walked across an empty land. I knew the pathway like the back of my hand. I felt the earth beneath my feet. Sat by the river and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting tired and I need someone to rely on. I came across a fallen tree. I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place that I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone?
If Die Hard is a Christmas movie, then 8 Crazy Nights qualifies.
Something to rely on.
Yeah, sure.
And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything, so why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know.
Oh, this one's not Christmas related, but it's got a deer in it, so I threw it in. It's funny. There he is. Call my bitch Bambi the way I want to shoot her mom. Damn, okay. It's not dark enough. Oh my god.
Action.
Oh no, not more Germa.
What is the line?
You can do this today. You're gonna go out there and you're gonna show everybody what you're made of. You're gonna show everybody what you're capable of. Not what anybody else is, what you are. You have what it takes. Alright, so I gotta get a good scene here. I think I'm ready.
This one is elegantly titled something along the lines of Germa argues with himself for 8 minutes.
Let's talk about this.
Don't you ever look at my girl again!
That was quite a performance. Let's watch back your remix.
Let's talk about this.
Never look at my girl again.
That was fucking terrible. Why didn't it pick up the thing I said?
After that, click on the Games tab and play a game.
Alright. I'm ready to make a show.
There is a little Christmas segment in here, so I'm like, I have to include it.
The party's canceled? Unbelievable. That's stupid. We paid $40 cover. I don't know how to. Do you know how to get back? Like, we have to go through the portal?
Yeah, problem. That portal's only a one-way portal, but one of these blocks can help you. You want to try that?
You want me to hit him? I'll hit him. I'll punch him in the face as hard as I can.
Let's go.
Ready? Wait, why am I...
share your show.
I don't want to share that. That sucked.
Just play along with the
I don't want to share that. That sucked.
Use your voice. Here we go.
Grandpa!
What are you gonna do during the holidays?
I'm gonna visit you and hug you. That's what we do here today. You and me.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm just gonna chill out here in the fridge.
Do you have any cookies?
You guys?
What?
They're planning on eating us.
What? Oh no, what am I gonna do?
The cell phone that you were looking for.
You fucking break in, you fucking idiot. How else do we fucking get in there, huh?
I think if you have a brick or something, we could throw the brick through it and steal the phone. smiling?
Fucking kiss from your fucking phone. You see that shit over there, man?
You're swearing way too much. I did not raise you like this. I did not raise you like this. You swear too much.
I did not raise you like this.
Cell phone that you were looking for.
Yes, cell phone in here. Everyone cell phone to use.
I see, if you have a brick or something, we can shove the brick screws in it.
That's good idea. Let me try. I will break door down with...
Way too much. I did not raise you like this.
Swear.
I did not raise you like this. You swear too much.
When did I swear? I will crush puny man with fingers and squeeze. I'm kind of doing Reinhardt right now at the beginning.
All right, well, whatever. I did not raise you like this. You swear too much.
When did I swear? I will crush puny man.
I told you to be ready for it. I'm sorry. By the way, I'm just coming to a realization here. This is part 2 of somebody's story that they made. I just came in the middle. Okay, this person's making a cake. And the cake it's got eggs, it's got baking soda, it's got vanilla extract. I just walked in, they went to the bathroom. And I came in here and I just dumped in like a bunch of gravy and just fucking shook it up and left the house. I did not raise you like this. I did not raise you like this. You swear too much. You swear too much. Your mother says this too.
I will crush puny man with fingers.
I'm fucking out of here. I'm out of here. Thank God it's light. Hey! It's quicksand! You know this guy? Yeah, I don't know who that is.
So stupid.
Why do you not have astronaut helmets on? Because we can breathe. There's no oxygen on the planet! Hey, stupid. No, you are an idiot. Do you know this guy? I don't know that. Why do you keep asking me that? You have a rope. We can move for a rope. I got a rope. Hold on. Middle finger. That's what the rope. You have a rope. We can move for a fine, man. I can go in there. Give me the oxygen. Middle finger. What? What the fuck was that? All right, hold on. This is.
So you want to be a secret agent? Start by telling me the worst thing you have
Here we go. Here's the deer.
Let me think about this. 5 seconds from now, snap your neck, throw you over the table, bend your legs backwards over your head, crack all the bones in your body, and snap them in every single direction. Is that enough for you? Oh yeah. By the way, look at me. What? No. This is a Food Network star, season 41 audition. Yeah. What makes you a Food Network star? Worst thing I've ever done. Worst thing I've ever. What? First of all, that laptop right there. Smash it down onto your fingers. Why? Just like the old pie cartoon thing where the person puts their hands on, the grandma comes over and slams the pie down on their hands. And then break your face in half, take both your eyeballs out, hit them both at the same time, and then you. What does that have to do with pasta?
What does that have to do with pasta?
Thank you. Thank you.
He can't reach it. He can't reach it.
Thank you very
Everybody in Twitch chat, right? He can't reach it. Short. Sure, you're tiny. He's tiny.
All right.
Yeah, right here.
First of all,
You're off the stage.
Thank you.
Yeah. He can't reach it. He can't reach it. He can't reach it. I'm typing it now. Sure. You're tiny. I'm gonna type it again. He's tiny.
All right.
No. What are you listening to? Can I get that playlist? You're on Spotify?
What the fuck is happening?
Together. Yeah.
What the fuck? Why is there a werewolf?
There's a surgery scheduled in 20 minutes. I know there's a surgery scheduled. I scheduled it. I already did.
Call the cops. I already did.
I know. Hey! You dirty up your stuff! It's dirty. Dirty, I know how to say it. Learn how to talk then. I don't. Fuck off. You can do it. Yeah, that's what you can. Shut up. You got You got like 3.6 on Yelp as a surgeon. You suck.
3.6 on Yelp. What the fuck?
Oh, I do. I got the key. Yeah, it's a mythic plus 8. I'm ready. I've been ready since. Thanks for driving me into the guild.
I'm the guild leader.
Yeah, I know.
I determine when we open the door.
But can I open the door?
You're the key holder.
I am the key
It says
holder.
on your resume, on my resume, it's guild leader.
But we're co-guild leaders.
You don't matter.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
So who has the mythic key to do this?
Guys, I gotta go.
Plus 8.
Yeah, this is mythic.
My baby's gonna be born in 45 minutes. I've gotta get out of here.
Ready since. Thanks for driving me into the guild.
No. You see, I'm the guild leader.
Yeah,
So I determine when we open the door.
But can I open the door?
You're the key holder.
Just open the fucking door. I've got my baby's gonna be born in 45 minutes. Are you listening to me?
But we're co-guild.
It's fucking raw. Do you understand?
You don't matter.
Yes, I do.
Yes, he does.
Well, welcome to the news, the Dragon News. I'm Dragon Team Buford. And today our top story is one that you're gonna want to listen to. First of all, World of Warcraft has been cancelled. That's right, their subscriber numbers have dropped so much that they can't even keep anybody around. They got WoW Classic coming up, but nobody's gonna play that because WoW Classic wasn't even very fun. Everybody thinks that it was fun,
But we're gonna. No, you know what it is? It's the fucking time. Go back and. I've like lost it. All my comedy's gone. I got nothing funny left in my body.
Oh, let me go check this to see if it works. Oh, dragon over here. Oh, it's 45 minutes. What happened? Oh, let me like zoom in on that with my brain. Oh yeah, no, sorry. Well, it's sinking. Let me move that over here. Oh, what's your problem? Let me Google.com. www.google. What is it? Oh, I'm having a problem with my syncing issue with my stream. Ah!
Right. I want a good clean fight from you two.
Yeah, you will.
Thousands watching at home. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's get it on, gentlemen. Yeah. Don't touch me. Don't hurt me. I'm the judge. I'm the judge. That looked like it hurt. Are you okay? Can you still go on? Are you sure?
I'm fine.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. You did it once already.
All right, that's it. That's fucking dog shit. That was dog shit. Oh, that was so bad. That was worse than
Ridiculous.
I've never made a piece of media that was that bad. I don't think ever.
Say your goddamn prayer. Right? Bye, bounty. Get it? Got it? Got it?
Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Oh, they got it! Nice job, kids. So who wants to tell me about their day? Who wants to tell me what they did today? Tim, Jenny? You get to speak.
A- in my math class. And the teacher told me to come after school to run the national play.
Good, you, go!
Lotus. Don't do it.
Field trip today, and the teacher called on me and said that I.
That's my boy.
I talked about how the cows get milked.
What did you do?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Let's hear it. Come on. F-G-H-I. Come on. All of you now.
T-U-V-W-X-Y-and-Z. Now I know. Good. ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me?
Yes! Do that at church tomorrow. I'm serious.
Q-R-S-T-U-V-W-X-Y. Now I know my ABC. Next time,
God, what is even happening? One man boy band with a bunch of vegetables.
So of the 1,400 people that unfollowed tonight, I hope to see you soon. Hope to see you back. When do we do something else tomorrow?
What the hell?
I'm sorry. I was so. Italics! Italics, don't worry. Don't call the police. I'm fine.
Okay, long one, so we will take a short break from that. Okay, let me see. I gotta play this. Yeah, there it is.
He rocked the country with his album Born to Chum. He went all the way to #1 with his hit record Krabby Road. And now Plankton's back with a brand new collection of holiday hits. All your favorites interpreted by your favorite microscopic organism. Come all ye faithful.
Oh, come all ye fearful, cower as I crush you.
Joy to the world.
I'll rule the world and everyone. You will bow down to me.
Deck the halls.
Deck them all with fist of fury.
The Nutcracker Suite.
Dig, 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 dig.
I'm only now realizing that announcer's Darren Norris. Yeah.
Recipe for the Krabby Patty to Plankton at the Chum Bucket, Bikini Bottom, USA.
Season's beatings, underlings.
Oh my god. Okay, are we ready for some no sleep? I think it might be time. Let's see. Oh man, that's a sick cover! Okay, if that is the case. Default view. Ooh, sorry. Alright, that's enough brain rot for tonight. That, and there was only 3 videos left in the playlist that were Christmas related. Okay, I trust that's loud enough.
Get off to bed now. Oh dear. You're here. Well, you've picked a rather late hour to show up. Did I forget to shut off the vacancy sign on our cozy Christmas cottage? It seems I did. Ah, well, you've made it here through the snow, so I suppose we owe you some stories. Have a seat and I'll pour you a drink. Eggnog, all right? Oh, yes.
I'd like some eggnog right now.
Well, say, you know what? You might not be too late.
Yes, I do believe our merry band of voice actors are
Did Slam write
downstairs
this?
in the rumpus room, still singing their Christmas carols. Why don't we go down and listen? Yes, follow me and we'll listen at the door. Oh, they're so shy, they might stop singing if they know we're spying on them. What's that? Oh, I know. Last Christmas, you thought you heard them all moaning and begging to be released from their chains. That was just our little joke. You know, a bit of festive imprisonment and torture to lighten up the holiday season.
Festive imprisonment.
Nothing more. No, I can assure you that all our voice actors are joyously thankful to be able to be here, singing carols for you. Yes, here we are. I can hear them now. Let's listen.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
You hear? Listen to how warmly they're greeting you and sending you the finest wishes of the season.
Of the season. Uh-oh. I was about to say, so when does it get fucked up?
Oh my. Yes. Well, I don't understand what... Can someone fix that? Oh dear. Oh, listen to those jokers pretending to be upset and frightened and mistreated and starved and unnecessarily probed. Oh, they love a good prank, don't they? Well, why don't we ignore their shenanigans and return to the fireside so we can listen to them perform their delightfully dark Christmas stories? Come, sit comfortably, get warm and snuggle in, because it's time for our stories now to begin. Oh, a lovely little poem there. Now, for our first tale, we have a special guest joining us. Yes, it's a special Christmas present if you're not yet aware of the spooktacular new audio storytelling show called the Simply Scary Podcast. It's by our friends over at Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, with our own regular voice actor Jesse Cornett being a big part of their production team. If you like well-done productions of original horror stories, and I think it's safe to assume you do, then you simply must check out the Simply Scary Podcast over at Simply Scary Podcast.
Did Simply Neological make it?
No bells, no whistles, just scary. It's hosted by the talented voice actor G.M. Danielson, and we are proud to welcome Mr. Danielson and Jesse himself as they act in our first tale. It's from the pen of Michael Whitehouse and tells the tale of a man walking home from work on Christmas Eve. A chance encounter leaves the man second-guessing a
Oh, I didn't do the
charitable
highlights up there.
decision.
Whoops.
So welcome G.M. Danielson and Jesse Cornett as they remind us that it's cold on Christmas Eve.
Well, I mean, I would think so. Unless you live in Florida.
It should have been a perfect Christmas Eve. A thick layer of snow had floated down gently from the sky all day. Wishing my colleagues at the office a Merry Christmas, I put on my long winter coat and scarf and walked out into the snow.
Never going back to Florida.
It crunched beneath my feet.
Oh no.
And as it did so, I was reminded of being a kid, of how special it was when the snow came.
Crunch.
Then I thought about my own 2 kids back at home, waiting for me with my wife. That made me smile. That was until someone grabbed hold of my arm from a darkened doorway. I recoiled at the sight of a homeless man in front of me, his face worn and grey, no doubt from countless nights sleeping in the cold, and his long matted beard gave both the impression and stench that he hadn't bathed in an age.
Spare some change?
Opening my wallet, I hoped to find a small note, but all I had were 3 20s. I'm all for charity, especially at Christmas, but as the man looked down at the larger notes, I had to dash his hopes. Sorry, I don't have anything smaller.
But it's cold on Christmas Eve.
I didn't know what else to do, so I simply said sorry and walked away.
Oh, you're gonna regret that.
It was 6 p.m., and the sun had long since set. The streetlights lit the way, and as I walked towards the outskirts of town, I took in the silence. No cars, no people. Everyone was home, I suspected, wrapping presents or preparing a feast for Christmas Day. Considering how cold the air was, I was looking forward to doing the same when I got home. An icy wind blew down the street towards me. I stopped for a moment to adjust my scarf, pulling it closer to me. Looking up at a street lamp, flakes of snow silently moving in front, I saw a bird sitting on top of it. It looked like a crow, or a bird with black feathers at least, but it was difficult to tell. The streetlight was overpowering, and so the details of the bird melted into the brightness set against the jet black of the sky. It appeared strange to me, more so because of its apparent size than anything else. But for the first time I left the office, the feeling of festive cheer had completely abandoned me. Looking up at the bird, I now felt an emptiness, a loneliness even, on that forlorn street. I felt sorry for it, all alone on Christmas Eve, and just as those thoughts passed me by, it made a noise, something akin to a squawk. The sound unnerved me, and it evoked in me a sense of unease. Instinctively, I looked back towards where I had come, almost expecting to see someone creeping towards me. But on that snow-covered street, we were alone. A chill seeped through the loneliness, and as it did so, I felt my bones grow colder. And so I continued onwards, trying to fill my mind with thoughts of my family, of a comfy armchair waiting for me in front of the television. Maybe a drink or two to keep the cold at bay. A noise above startled me. At first I thought it was the wind, but it was in fact only wind-like. There was something off about the sound. Looking upwards, I saw that I was standing directly underneath another streetlight. Flakes of snow danced above me, resting on my eyelids and face. As I wiped them away, I could see it. The bird. It was sitting directly above me on the lamppost. Yet I still couldn't make out its detail, and now I was beginning to be unsettled by the size of the thing. I couldn't be certain, as the streetlight snow blended together to warp what I could see. Staring at the bird, for a moment it would appear to be the shape and size one would expect, but when it shifted its weight slightly, I could swear there was more to it, its black outline more substantial, confused with the night sky. Thoughts deep within me unstuck my feet and pushed me on. "Get home," they said. "Leave this place." I decided to listen. Picking up the pace, I walked further down the street, but as I passed each streetlight, I heard the same noise above, like the wind, or was it feathers? Another thought reared its ugly head. It sounds more like cloth rustling in the darkness. That impression frightened and overcame me. I began to walk faster. Yet again, the noise above sounded as if the thing, the bird or whatever it was moving from post to post. It's following me. Now I ran as fast as I could, my footfalls sliding in the snow. The night air stung my lungs, and yet as I passed each street light, the noise of cloth, of wind, of feathers above followed. Move faster. And I did, around street corners, between parked cars, across usually busy roads now silent in the snow. Finally, after several minutes, the noise had ceased. As I reached my home street, I could run no longer. Standing still, I caught my breath, just for a moment. Looking across the street, our Christmas decorations twinkled in the garden. All I could think of was warmth and of the comforts of home. Something cold then touched the back of my neck, and I felt what I can only describe as talon-esque fingers, hard yet knuckled, reaching down underneath my collar and touching my spine. I let out a scream and reached behind me, flailing at whatever was there, out of reach, out of sight. But without laying eyes on it, I knew the truth. The thing that had been following me had grabbed a hold of my coat at the back, with talons or fingers, or something else entirely. For how long it had been grasping onto my coat, I could not say. Pulling at it, I could not dislodge it, and so I did only what I could. Threw my coat to the ground, leaving it in the snow. Running across the street, I reached the gate to my garden. But in my eagerness to get inside to safety, I slipped on a piece of ice and fell sharply onto my back on the ground.
Oh.
That was when I saw it. Standing there, across the street from me, was not a bird or a thing, but a man. The homeless man I had met outside the office. He pulled on my long winter coat and did the buttons up. He then looked at me and said,
"It's cold on Christmas Eve."
Grinning from behind his matted beard, he then walked away from me down the street, back to whatever obscure place he'd come.
Well, it could have been worse.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen.
Yeah, me too.
But do you recall that there are monstrous beasts roaming our dark countryside? Well, we're reminded by author Manon Lysette. You see, his family had a terrible encounter one Christmas years ago, and it left his family devoid of any Christmas cheer thereafter. Performing this tale are Jeff Clement, Erica Sanderson, and Nicole Goodnight. So watch for them coming from the woods, and if you see something, check if it had antlers.
Ooh! Oh, yes.
As I sit by the living room window of my family home, watching snowflakes slowly wafting down from the sky onto the picturesque white landscape, and listening to the bleats of bucks roaming the woods, I can't help but be reminded that it's the holiday season. The season of cheer, as they say. It's that time of year again, when a house should be full of decorations, merriment, and families sharing laughs by the fireplace. That's what the holidays are supposed to be like. Garlands, wreaths, Christmas trees, snow globes, and ornaments galore. But that's not the case in my family. Here, Christmas is a bleak affair. No gifts, no tree, no music. It wasn't always like this. I remember a time when we'd all gather around the fireplace in our PJs with cups of hot cocoa, telling stories as we waited for the stroke of midnight so we could open our gifts. That all changed one year, when what should have been a fun get-together turned into tragedy, fractioning my family and ruining Christmas for every year to come.
Where do I sign up for the no music part?
Growing up, we were close to my mom's side of the family.
All I want for
Even though they only
Christmas
lived about
is
20 minutes
you.
away, we'd find any excuse to invite one another to the other's house overnight and celebrate whatever needed to be celebrated.
Hi, Lucario. Sorry, I don't know, like... just typical internet problems. It'll say the stream stopped on my end, so I'll stop and restart it. It seems to be fine now. We were going through some Christmas-related nonsense on YouTube. A good chunk of it was Nickelodeon-related. We ended off on some Plankton's Christmas hits. And now we're just listening to Christmas scary stories as I work. It's like getting cold in here. Like, there's no in-between in my room. Like, I'm sweating, but I'm cold at the same time. I turned the heater off because I thought it was too warm. I don't know what to do. Anyway, welcome back.
That day we were hosting an early Christmas dinner. Aunt Maud and Uncle Frank were taking their kids out of town that year, so it was decided we'd have our traditional Christmas party a weekend early. My mom had gone all out, decorating the table in a silky red cloth, an ornate centerpiece, enough candles to light up an entire house, our finest silverware, fancy cloth napkins for the adults, and printed napkins for us kids. Dad had cooked the biggest turkey we could buy and baked all of our favorite cookies and cakes. We all gathered around the table, laughing, sipping wine. Yes, even us kids were allowed a tiny glass for the occasion, and being merry. Uncle Frank, of course, being the merriest of all.
Freezing
As
hot,
night
yeah.
wore on and the candles shrunk to half their length, he got louder and louder, dominating the conversation with broad hand gestures and hearty laughter. After a while, some of the younger kids started getting bored of sitting around listening to the adults talking about their tax breaks or whatever topic had come up. This was evident by how much Tyler, my little brother, was fidgeting around in his seat and kicking his legs out under the table. He whispered something to one of our cousins, and they both slipped out of their seats, ducked under the tablecloth, and started crawling around to play God knows what game of make-believe together. I ignored them and grabbed the last chocolate almond cookie while no one was looking. Suddenly, I felt Tyler's bony little arms grabbing my leg tightly, causing me to nearly choke on the cookie. "Let go!" I grunted and kicked him off. No sooner had I done so than he and my cousin both emerged from the opposite end of the table.
I can handle cold, just bundle up. It's when everyone wants to crank the heat up to fucking 95. Feels like 150 due to my consoles, laptop, and the modem all in my room. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Nah, I have like a blanket for, like, you know, if I get too cold, but I'm in this weird in-between right now. I'm not cold, but I'm not warm either. So I'm just kind of sitting here suffering. It's whatever. Doom Dark Ages will be my heating source.
I remember thinking what a quick little bugger he was for managing that. But in
Speaking of
hindsight,
blankets,
maybe that was the start of things. Maybe it hadn't been him at all.
this is what I got on me right now.
I couldn't have known what was going to happen that night. No one could have predicted the turn of events. As night wore on, the conversation drifted from the dining room to the living room. Eventually, people became tired, so we cemented our sleeping arrangements to accommodate for our guests. Normally, us kids would have all slept together on the 2 sofa beds in the basement. When we pushed them together, we'd have this giant mega bed to share. We loved it. Unfortunately, apparently some neighborhood kids had broken one of the windows down there the night before, because we woke up that morning to find its shattered pieces on the floor and a small bit of snow that had drifted in from the now unprotected window. We hadn't had time to replace it, and the plastic wrap my dad had stuck to the frame did little to keep the cold air from seeping in, so we had to make alternate arrangements that night. I kept my bed. My sister was on a cheap fold-up mattress on the floor next to me. My parents were in their room just across from mine. My brother was on the couch in the living room. My aunt and uncle were in my sister's bedroom upstairs, and their kids were in my brother's room next door to them. One by one, we went to bed, some later than others. I was always a very light sleeper in my childhood, so it was no surprise the commotion upstairs woke me up in the middle of the night. I grabbed my flashlight and wandered out of bed to investigate. Aunt Maud was trying her best to escort my very drunk Uncle Frank back inside and up the stairs, but he was fighting to get out the door. It took me a moment to notice the shotgun in his hands.
I'll get it next time.
Shh! I rubbed my tired eyes. What's going on? Aunt Maud shot me an apologetic look.
Sorry we woke you. Your uncle saw something in the yard.
A buck!
A buck.
Uncle Frank waved his shotgun in the air, but Aunt Maud quickly grabbed his arms and lowered them.
Damn thing got away. Would have made for a great breakfast, I say.
Aunt Maud frowned.
I'll get him back in bed. So sorry we woke you, dear.
I shrugged. It's fine. Aunt Maud practically had to push Uncle Frank up the stairs. I heard his heavy footsteps as he waddled to the bedroom. I rolled my eyes and turned on my heels, walking a few steps toward my room when I heard a little huff behind me. Kind of like that sound horses make when they exhale angrily, or when a teenager is really annoyed at their parent. Tyler must have woken up, I figured. He usually slept like a brick, but the living room was right next to the stairs and entrance, so I couldn't blame him for being stirred from his slumber. Not wanting to wake him more than he already
Reindeer
was,
jerky.
I lowered the flashlight and turned to face him.
I don't mind meat, I just can't do
I
it
could
myself.
see his little silhouette in the darkness,
Yeah.
standing over the sofa. Go back to sleep. He didn't answer, or even move. Tyler, I'm serious. Go back to sleep. Uncle Frank's just drunk again. Mom and Dad won't be happy if they catch you out of bed this late. He remained still as a statue. Annoyed, I raised my flashlight and pointed it at him. But when I saw his face, I felt my hands go cold and numb. It wasn't Tyler. It looked nothing like him.
Uh-oh.
It was a boy, I think, but his face was covered in dirt. His eyes were pitch black. His hair looked more like a bird's nest than anything else, and it looked like 2 branches were sticking out of it. He was incredibly thin, but I wouldn't say he was emaciated. He just seemed naturally small. It's hard to explain, but he wasn't skin and bones. He seemed to have some meat on his body, but his limbs were slender. Too
slender. Oh no.
I'm not even sure how those stick-like legs could hold the weight of his body. That's all I had time to see before he bolted away. I swiped my flashlight around trying to see where he went, but he was gone. My flashlight fell on Tyler, still fast asleep on the couch. The light was what woke him.
Oh, what are you doing?
I was breathing heavily, eyes darting from side to side in a paranoid attempt to try to catch a second glimpse of what I thought I'd seen. I must have imagined it. That kid couldn't possibly have been real. Maybe it was my cousin. Yeah, that had to be it. My cousin was trying to scare me.
Nothing. Go back to bed.
I went back into my room, still feeling the shaky effects of adrenaline in my blood. As I opened the door, I saw a shape on the floor and let out a scream, pointing my flashlight right at it.
What the hell are you doing?
Or maybe it was John Cena!
I'd completely forgotten we were sharing a room.
Nothing. Sorry, I just needed to pee.
I backed out of my room slowly and headed to the bathroom across the hall. My bladder was getting a little full, but I was mostly going to give credence to my excuse for waking my sister up. If I'd told her, "Sorry, I thought you were some kind of creepy monster kid," she would have blown a gasket. So I sat down and started emptying my tank. As I did my business, I heard footsteps coming from the living room, then a knock on the bathroom door.
Give me a minute, Tyler.
I flushed, washed my hands, and opened the door. Maybe I took too long and Tyler decided to use the upstairs bathroom because the hallway was empty. I returned to my room. By then, my sister was sitting up, fully awake. I closed the door only to hear my sister grunt at me.
Don't be a jerk. If he wants to sleep here, let him.
She shuffled a bit to make room on her mattress.
What?
Tyler?
Huh?
He was right behind you.
Goosebumps coated my arms, but did little to protect me from what I thought was behind that door. I knew Tyler hadn't been following me. I stepped away from the door nervously, refusing to open it. My sister let out an annoyed groan, probably rolled her eyes even though I couldn't see it in the darkness, stomped over, took the flashlight from me and reached for the doorknob. I tried to stop her, but I couldn't find the words. The most I could manage was a little groan, and nothing more. She turned the knob. My heart sank into my feet. She slowly creaked the door open. I held my breath. She pointed the flashlight out into the hall. I screamed. She screamed louder. The flashlight's beam fell on the child's mud-stained face. I could better see his features now. His small button nose, his long pointed ears, his messy hair, his expressionless face, and 2 little antlers sticking out of his head. He wasn't wearing clothes, but I don't recall thinking he was naked. Maybe it was dirt, maybe something else. I just know there was something on him that covered him up. His pupils were wide and dilated, glowing like those of a deer in the headlights. He jumped back, his movements quick and jagged, yet strangely laggy, like a stop-motion animation. He ran from the direct beam of the flashlight, but stayed close enough to its periphery that we could see him turning his head towards my parents' bedroom door.
No!
No!
His hand darted for the knob, and for a split second I could have sworn I'd seen a malicious grin on his small, lipless mouth. The door closed behind him before I even had a chance to see him open it.
Mom! Dad!
My sister tried to open the door. I don't know whether it was locked or if her panic did it, but either way, she wasn't able to get it open. I didn't think to try. I just pounded my hands on the door repeatedly, screaming for my parents to wake up. I was crying hysterically, tears filling my mouth with a taste of salt. Finally, the lights came on, and the door flung open. The light pouring out of the room blinded me for a second, so I wasn't able to see the creature running down the hall. But I could hear his hurried footsteps and the familiar bleats of a buck. And moments later, heard the crash of shattering glass. My parents ran past me, turning on every light along the way. The living room window was in pieces, our curtains blowing in the breeze. I staggered to the living room and sat down in shock, staring at the window. My aunt and uncle soon came running down the stairs.
What happened?
Dad answered.
Not sure. The kids woke us up, then we heard the window break. Must be those damn kids again.
What? Hadn't Mom or Dad seen the creature in their room?
The creature?
Hadn't they noticed the window had been broken from the inside? I sunk in the sofa cushion, still sobbing. I wondered whether or not I should tell them what I saw. Would they believe me if I did? Would they even hear me? They were busy talking to my aunt and uncle, swearing and cursing and coming up with various theories as to who the hooligans were.
The hooligans.
I knew better. It was as I reached for one of the couch pillows that I realized something. I was sitting on the couch. The empty couch. My heartbeat quickened. Tyler. Mom turned to me and quirked a brow. Where's Tyler? The adults looked at one another, puzzled at first, but the confusion quickly gave way to worry.
Check upstairs!
My uncle ran up the stairs. Aunt Maud turned around.
I'll check the basement.
My sister was the one to stop the search of the house. Her face paled as she slowly pointed towards the woods. I wasn't tall enough to see out the window, so I climbed on the back of the couch and looked out to where she was pointing. There, hanging from a tree branch, was Tyler's blanket. They combed those woods for weeks after, but Tyler was never found. Whatever had taken him somehow hadn't left a single footprint. Aside from the blanket, there were no traces of my brother either. Still, for weeks and even months afterwards, my parents kept looking, kept hoping they'd find him alive somewhere out there. Eventually, they started hoping they'd be able to find his remains so he could be laid to rest and they could get closure. Needless to say, we didn't celebrate Christmas that year, nor any year since. My parents just couldn't find it in them to be cheerful, not even for our sake. As for me, I grew up, moved out, and lived my life as best I could, knowing what I knew. This year, I decided to revisit my childhood home. It's as grim around this time of year as it was the night Tyler went missing. My parents are out of town. They often spend this time somewhere else, probably fleeing the bad memories. Now, as I stand on the back porch, looking to the woods with the cold wind burrowing into my bones, I can hear something off in the distance. 2 bleats, one after another, in quick succession.
Oh,
over
shit!
And over. When I close my eyes, concentrate, and listen hard, I swear I can hear a voice behind that buck's call. A plea that cries out in anguish with 2 simple words. Help me. And as I open my eyes, I see 2 heads poking out from behind a row of coniferous trees off in the distance. 2 bucks, with little antlers barely longer than the size of my hand. But bucks shouldn't be bipedal. Bucks shouldn't move in short, twitchy motions as though under a strobe light. Bucks shouldn't sound like my brother calling my name.
I like that. I'm saving that one.
For those without the means to make Christmas a jolly time of plenty, the holiday can be a stark and lonely one. In this tale from author J.M. Kendrick, we hear a man recall one Christmas when his father gave him a most unconventional gift. Performing this tale are Dan Zapula, Ellie Hirschman, and Kyle Akers.
Zapula.
So let's hear the man share the story about my dad, Chuckles, and a blue striped hat.
This Christmas will be the first that I spend without my father, and my feelings about this are mixed. Our relationship was always a complicated one. These days, I'm the epitome of suburban family life, but it hasn't always been that way. Recently, something's happened that made me reassess my life as I was growing up, and a strange incident that happened to me when I was 7 years old. I suppose I should start at the beginning. When I was a little kid, I lived in a tiny, rickety old house with my dad. My mom died during childbirth, and I had no siblings or other family. My dad was taciturn and never particularly affectionate, but as a child, I always believed that he was a good man. He was massive, with sandy hair and a smile that warmed my heart. He worked as a laborer and barely made enough to keep the wolf from the door, and I spent a great deal of time home alone. I guess these days that would be frowned upon, but back then no one interfered. I was fed, clean, and well-behaved, and I guess my teachers had other things to worry about. It was just the way things were. When I look back, I realize what a lonely little existence I had, but at the time it never occurred to me. Every day followed the same routine. We'd get up, my dad would walk me to school on his way to work, and every evening I'd come home to an empty house. Then around 6 o'clock, I'd start peering out the front window, and eventually I'd see him across the street strolling along, carrying whatever he was bringing in for dinner. We were poor, yes, but I was always warm, and I always had enough to eat. Directly across the road from our house was a family restaurant. It was called the Village Fair. I have no idea why, because we didn't live in a village, just a crummy street on the outskirts of town. It was a large, bright-looking place on a lot with room for parking. All the locals called it Chuckles, after the restaurant mascot. He wore an all-in-one clown costume, covered in polka dots of every color, and he had a molded, oversized head with massive blue eyes, a smiley mouth, and a small bowler hat with a flower sticking out of it. Now, we never had the money to go to Chuckles, but some of the richer kids in my school had children's parties there. I was never invited, but I heard stories about them. There was an indoor play area with plastic slides and a big ball pool, and at some point during the party, Chuckles would make an appearance, garnering hugs from the slightly older kids and tears from the younger ones who had no idea who or what he was. Even at such a young age, I was cynical about that kind of thing. Look, I knew Chuckles was just Mrs. Taylor's son, Freddie. Mrs. Taylor lived 3 doors along from us, and I'd see Freddie sometimes heading over to Chuckles, where most of the time he worked as a waiter. Other times I'd see him standing down the side of the restaurant, his oversized head on the ground while he smoked a cigarette and flirted with one of the waitresses. Sometimes, while my dad was at work, I'd sit at the window and watch families go in, or groups of children heading into a party. I would imagine I'd been invited, and how great the play area was. In my mind, the food was amazing. And it's amusing to me as an adult because I've taken my children to that kind of place regularly, and now I know the food is completely average, and the play areas are filled with sweating children, and God, they smell awful. The summer after I turned 7, Chuckles caught fire. I heard Freddie telling my dad outside the house one night that it had been an insurance job. Now, I didn't really know what that meant at the time, but the upshot was there was no money to fix it, a concept I did understand. And Chuckles was gone for good. I'd look at the burnt-out building from the front window while I waited for my dad to come home. What had once been a place that seemed warm and inviting was now a cold, dark shell. The broken windows were like black eyes looking at me from across the street. The summer turned into autumn and then winter, Chuckles standing there as a sad reminder of what it used to be. Christmas morning came, and as poor as I was just as excited as any other child would be. My dad got up early and made us bacon sandwiches with lots of ketchup as a special treat. I remember quite clearly I got a matching hat, scarf, and glove set. They were striped in 2 shades of blue, and I suspect my father had gotten Mrs. Taylor to knit them. I also got a box of chocolates and a yo-yo that lit up as it reeled up and down. But the best part of Christmas Day was that my dad didn't work. Once breakfast and presents were out of the way, I was keen to go outside. It had snowed a few days earlier, and there was still some slushy snow on the ground. I donned my new woolens and went out front.
Slushy.
My dad solemnly gave me a carrot just in case I needed a snowman's nose, and headed into the kitchen to start preparing our meager Christmas dinner. I was fully absorbed in my task for almost an hour, and when I finished, I stood back and admired my work. My snowman wasn't very big, but then there wasn't much snow left. As I was standing, I glanced across the road at the restaurant, and there, standing in the doorway,
oh no,
much to my astonishment, was Chuckles the Clown. I was so surprised, I just stood and gaped. He stood and looked at me for a second, and then waved one of his gloved white hands. He bobbled his oversized head from side to side, and I laughed, and he waved again. He jumped up and down on the spot, and the flower in his hat waved about, and I laughed some more, and I waved back. He stepped out of the doorway a little closer to me, and beckoned me over.
No!
I was 7 years old, and in my young mind, Chuckles was still Freddie Taylor. And Freddie wasn't a stranger. I crossed the road, curious as to what he wanted, and as I did so, he disappeared inside the building. I walked timidly through the entrance.
Freddie? Where are you, Freddie?
Now, for some reason, the atmosphere of that place made me feel like I should be quiet. It's almost like that instinct you get when you walk into a library or a church. There was a small blackened lobby area, and then a big set of cracked and broken glass double doors. Through them, I could see the skeletal remains of tables and booths in the dim light. I was just thinking I should turn round and head home again, when there he was again. Standing in the middle of the burnt-out, empty restaurant was Chuckles. He beckoned me again and disappeared through a door to the right. I started to get a bad feeling in my stomach, but I pushed it down. It was only Freddie, and Freddie was my friend.
No.
Sometimes when I was playing, as he walked by, he'd give me candy or tell me silly jokes. I followed him through the door and immediately knew where I was. There were several tables, and a streetlight shone through the back window, casting a dim light across the play area. This room seemed slightly less damaged than the rest of the restaurant. I could see slides and tubes for climbing through, and in the corner there was a massive ball pool. There was nothing cheery about it, though. The streetlight was casting odd shadows all over the room.
Hello, little boy.
I jumped at the sound of his voice. Chuckles was sitting at a corner table.
Do you like my play area?
He waved his hand vaguely around the room. I gulped and nodded.
Would you like to play with me?
Tears prickled in my eyes, and I shook my head vigorously.
No, I need to go home now.
No one comes here to play anymore, you know.
This wasn't my friend Freddie. Even in the dim light, I could see how dirty Chuckles' oversized head was. Soot and grime covered his entire costume, and his white gloves were patched with black. His voice was a low purr, and he slowly got up from the chair.
I think you do want to play. I get lonely, and I do love little boys.
Bro, what?
I turned to run, but as I did, my foot got stuck in the rubble and debris on the floor, and my ankle twisted painfully, causing me to trip and bang my head off the corner of one of the tables. As the world blacked out, I heard myself screaming for my dad. The next thing I remembered, I was being carried through the snow in my dad's massive arms. I was freezing and could hear his feet crunching on the icy snow. I buried my face in his neck and cried, and I remember whimpering that I'd lost my new hat. When we got home, my dad laid me on the sofa, stripped off my coat and boots, and covered me in a fluffy blanket. I was feeling slightly more alert now.
It was Chuckle's ghost, Dad. He tried to get me.
What have I told you about playing in that building?
My father sounded suddenly really angry, and I
Jared?
was so surprised at his tone that it felt like a slap.
I've told you it's not safe. Could have come down round your ears and flattened you.
He got up and headed for the door.
Where are you going, Dad? Don't leave me here on my own.
His voice softened slightly.
You're perfectly safe here. I'm gonna go find that hat. And anyway, ain't no such thing as ghosts.
I don't know how long he was gone, but it felt like a long time. I dozed fitfully in and out of sleep while I waited for him, and when he finally returned, he smelled of whiskey. And the next day when I got up, there on the peg in the hallway, along with my coat and scarf, hung my hat. We never spoke about that night again, and 6 months later, Chuckles was bulldozed to the ground. Things weren't the same between me and my dad after that. It was like he withdrew what little interaction we had.
Not sure you can say his name on the platform.
Always seemed to be elsewhere, and where before he hadn't drank much, it became a regular thing. He was never abusive, and he certainly wasn't an alcoholic, but it was almost like I ceased to exist. By the time I was 16, we were like strangers living under the same roof. I was getting into trouble and dabbling in drugs, and I moved out into what was little more than a squat with some
Dabbling
friends.
in drugs?
I rarely visited my dad, and on the odd occasion that I did see him, which was generally a quick visit on one of our birthdays, God, it was painful, like trying to make conversation with someone I barely knew and had nothing in common with. Then, when I was 22, I met Elise. She was unlike anyone I had ever met. Her life hadn't been easy either, and at the time she was working 2 jobs waitressing and putting herself through night school. She had an inner strength I'd never seen before, and was determined that hard work could make her life better. She made me believe that things could change, and that I could be a better man. By the time I was 30, we were married with 2 children, stable jobs, and a comfortable home. Elise had spent her entire childhood in care. Talking to her about that made me realize that maybe I judged my dad too harshly, and she convinced me to spend more time with him. We started visiting him once a week and would take my sons around. Having my family there made those visits less awkward, and I think my dad enjoyed them. I began to understand that while I had been a lonely little boy, my dad had been a lonely man. Earlier this month, he died.
Oh.
He'd been ill for some time, suffering from asbestosis, and the last time I saw him, he was lying in bed in his room, in that rickety old house, pumped full of painkillers. Next to his bed were 2 photographs in frames. One of him holding me when I was about 4 years old, and the other, in which he looked like a younger, happier man, was of him and my mother.
Elise reminds me of your mother. You got a good one there, son. Hang on to her.
Oh, I know, Dad. And I will. I smiled at him. He grabbed my wrist with a strength I didn't know he still possessed.
When I go, I know there ain't nothing in this house worth keeping, but you keep these photos. Promise me.
Of course, Dad. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of them. They're precious to me.
Good boy. Then you might understand.
Understand what? After the funeral, we cleared out his house, and as I promised, I kept the 2 photos. I would have, even if he hadn't asked. I put them on my bedside table, just as he had, and I stared at them. What would these photos help me to understand? There was nothing in them that gave me any clues. Both had been taken in my dad's old house, and everything in them was comforting and familiar. A couple of mornings ago, the dog came bounding into the bedroom and knocked one of them off with his great wagging tail. It went crashing to the floor, and the glass in the front broke. And it was only today that I got around to replacing it. And that's when I made my discovery. When I carefully removed the back, behind the picture was a small newspaper clipping. Police have identified the body of a man found in the abandoned village fair as one William Wright. Wright was found late Thursday afternoon in a disused freezer by construction workers who were demolishing the restaurant. His death was caused by massive head trauma and is being treated as homicide. While police have no leads at this time, it has been confirmed that Wright was a known sex offender who had been linked to more than one death. Investigators suspect this may be a revenge crime. So now, I do understand. I understand the grim look on his face as he carried me back home that Christmas Day, and why he went back for that damned hat. My dad killed a man to protect me, and living with what he had done changed him.
Oof.
When I was a little kid, I thought my dad was a good man.
A name short of Afton, oh no! My roommates went to go see the new Five Nights at Freddy's film today. They offered to take me with them, but I hadn't seen the first one yet, so I declined. I'll get to them eventually. La gasp!
If you joined us in the Christmas cottage last year, you'll recall how our very own
Still gotta see the Sonic movies.
shared his story about some
yes.
ghastly business when he was what we'd call
I've been wanting
a
to show Severin the
mall
third
Santa
one.
Claus, and how he kept seeing the most monstrous little girl over and over. Well, Mr. Alt shares the sequel to his tale, which explains the truth behind this girl and why she is so closely connected to him. We'll let David Alt tell his own story, as he's joined by Erica Sanderson, Nicole Doolin, and Oliver Gianni. So try not to fear those traditional Advent calendars, even though they do provide a countdown to Christmas.
A countdown to Christmas.
I should never have told my story last year. Hell, I should never have taken that job. But I reawakened her. It's whatever it is. All I know is that people are now dead because of me, and I'm going to put a stop to it here.
Damn, what did you do? You have 1, Knuckles, and 3, but I haven't been able to find a copy of 2. That's so weird. Oh, I know that there's a bundle of all the movies plus the Knuckles series. They missed their opportunity to call it Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Whoosh, just missed opportunity. Missed it. Yeah, the Knuckles series was interesting. I loved the first half, but then it kind of derailed in the second half. Focusing a little too much on the human characters, I think. And as far as the movies go, I think the third one's the best. It changed my life. Nah, but I hope you get your hands on a copy of the second movie at some point.
3 years ago, a series of events had led me to being Santa for a local shopping center, and my being terrorized by some entity leading me along the 12 days of Christmas until it brutally massacred my colleague on Christmas Eve. And as if this year hasn't been enough of a shitstorm, my year has steadily got worse. I started seeing her again, the little girl that kept coming each day into the grotto, the one that only I could see in what I had assumed to be her truish form. It hadn't mattered if it was a baby, a boy, or what, I always saw her as an 8-year-old girl. But this year, I saw her in places where I had thought of going, only to have that idea cut off in a brutal fashion. It didn't matter whether it was to the shops or to another country, something happened, and I could see her face somewhere in the reports.
Damn.
For example, early in the new year, I was considering taking a short drive to a nearby town to attend an audition. It was low-paid work, but it was work. As I was mulling over my transport options, I heard that there'd been a horrible stabbing there it's a town not known for its knife crime, and the alert on my phone showed me the photos of the immediate aftermath. Sure enough, there she was staring back at me. I must have audibly yelped on the bus. The driver skidded to a halt and turned to see if I was okay. I asked to be let off the bus, and 30 sets of eyes watched me scuttle away, embarrassed and scared. At Easter, I was going to do some site-specific theatre at a local manor house, but it mysteriously and catastrophically collapsed the day before rehearsals started, along with the 90-odd tourists and staff inside, trapped by a freak set of circumstances. The child that miraculously survived, of course, was her. I wanted to travel overseas for a summer holiday, let my hair down, but everywhere I thought of going suddenly had a terrorist attack or a natural disaster. And so it continued. On and on, with deaths and horror plaguing me wherever I wanted to go. And then it came to December. I guessed she'd had some sort of privileged access to my mind on some level. How else would she know where I'd be going? And so she'd be back to her old tricks through the month. Not the 12 days of Christmas this time. No. She went further back than that. This time to the one thing that's been a beacon of happiness to me in the past, the Advent calendar. As a child, my mum had the same Advent calendar that she'd use every year, just refolding the doors come January and storing it for the next year. It was a lovely tradition, and even though we knew exactly what pictures were behind the doors, no chocolate, mark you, it didn't matter, because it was the countdown to my previously favorite day of the year. The calendar itself was in the shape of a hearth, and on the 24th, you could pull Santa down from inside the chimney and stand him up next to the calendar. Only this year, it's been subverted. Horribly, horrifically subverted, but then again, memory is a fickle thing. Like I said previously, it got to the point where I knew what pictures went with what days, and even though I don't have the calendar anymore, she has been able to tap into it to bring me my most miserable December yet. It started on the 1st. The calendar's picture on that day was a boiled sweet, and I had the pleasure of watching my next-door neighbor's son choke to death on just such a boiled sweet that I'd offered him a minute or so earlier.
Oh.
Their daughter smiled at me. Yes, it was her, and then went back to grieving with her family. On the 2nd of December, the neighbor's cat on the other side was roaming around the rooftops when it slipped and fell into the strings of Christmas lights, again just like the ones from the calendar, and strangled itself. On the 3rd, the town's Christmas tree unexpectedly fell down as the market was in full swing, killing 2 in the fall and injuring 8 in the ensuing panic, but leaving one brave girl to tell her story. I tried to stop things from happening as much as I could. When the carolers came round, I tried desperately to warn them away, but apparently they'd already ingested the poison from the grumpy old man up the street, and they all expired on my doorstep. Except one little girl. It's been almost comical at times, or at least it would have been if it weren't so tragic. And to cap it all, the girl's face, the blood, and the screams were once again impinging on my dreams just as they were in my waking life. I went to see a psychotherapist. At this point, I didn't mind if they pronounced me crazy, I just wanted it to end. And in an institution, I could at least have a bit more control over who and what I didn't see. But in fact, the sessions showed me something quite different and just as alarming. I'm not altogether sure what happened totally, but I've pieced enough together. In the first session, after talking through what I'd been experiencing, the therapist decided to try and take me into trance to try and find the source of the issue. I can't quite describe what it was like trying to go through memories like that, but suffice to say, every time I tried to go near the idea of Christmas, my mind just slid off it as if there was something there just not allowing purchase. A bit like when you put a screen protector on your phone and you get an air bubble in it and then you try and push it out. It just wasn't moving, but it was avoiding my probing. The therapist said this was normal with some deep trauma. She'd worked with similar cases and decided to push harder to focus the trance onto that area of my life. It was like trying to get two strong magnets together the wrong way round. I was pulled out of the trance upon hearing an audible yelp from the therapist. She hadn't expected my nose and ears to begin bleeding and for me to be screaming. She very generously only charged me half the usual rate for her time. On the way home, I passed a supermarket that was burning to the ground. A fire caused by a freak reaction in the small amount of cap gunpowder in a Christmas cracker, which caused a chain reaction within the boxes around it. Another 48 shoppers dead, one survivor. You can guess who. I got a call from the therapist that evening, inviting me back the following day for a complimentary session. She'd had an idea and wanted to explore it further. I wasn't thrilled at the prospect of losing more blood, but as I didn't have anything else to do, I went. I'm glad, in one sense, that I did. In another, I could have done without knowing.
Can you picture the little girl?
As she asked, the trance became different, deeper, darker. I felt like I was standing outside my body, looking on as the room took on a scarlet hue. I'm sure that if I could feel temperature at this point, it would be cold. I made my head nod slowly as the door opened and the girl skipped in. She's here. She had the same grin on her face, the same mole on her left cheek, the same wicked sneer in her voice.
Hello, Santa.
My breathing must have become shallower and faster.
I want you to look at her. Properly look at her.
Yes. Come on, Santa. Look at me.
I looked. It was the same face that I'd seen endlessly over and over again, and I never wanted to see it again. I don't want to.
Look at me, Santa. How else are you going to find out what's going to happen?
I was sweating by this point. I could hear the therapist in the background, but I was focused on avoiding the girl.
Come on, Santa. What are you? 5?
It was like a giant boulder had suddenly shifted slightly. I turned. I looked once more and looked again. Emma?
Who's Emma?
My sister. But I don't have a sister.
Have a great stream. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too, girl. You get some sleep. I'll try and pop in tomorrow.
I emerged from the trance with more questions than answers and less sweatiness than before. At last I had something tangible to work with, a sister, and something that happened when I was 5. The therapist was pleased, relieved probably. I was still in too much of a haze when she offered me a piece of chocolate Yule log, and I didn't stop her in time to prevent the massive allergic reaction to one of the ingredients that she suffered in front of me. She was dead before the ambulance arrived. There were only 2 places where I could look for answers. My mum and my hometown. I thought about calling home, but after all, if my mum hadn't told me I'd had a sister for the last 30 years, she may not now. So I decided to get the train back to the Midlands and see if the newspaper archives would be able to throw some light onto the whole mess. The new Birmingham Library is an impressive place, an homage to learning and performance, but it also holds the archives for the local newspapers, and I made that my first stop. The city itself continues to be remade as cities tend to be, cranes and roadworks in a never-ending creep across the centre. The library archivist greeted me.
How can I help?
I'm looking for any newspaper reports concerning the death of a child in the 80s. A little girl. My sister.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that. Do you have the date of the death at all?
Well, I think it was around Christmas. He gave me an odd look.
Well, papers from the 80s are being digitized at the moment, but I'll pull out everything from, what, November, December, and January? What year?
Just the middle ones, say 1984 to 1988. Another strange look, then calm acceptance.
If you'd like to wait over there, I'll bring them out to you.
There then followed 5 hours of reading about Thatcher, miners, and Live Aid with plenty of deaths, but none of them having any photos of a blonde cherubic girl with a mole on her left cheek. The librarian pointed me to some possible other places to look and promised to forward on anything else he came across. I headed back home on the train, wondering what would happen next. It was, after all, getting late in the month, and on the grounds of what happened on Christmas Eve 3 years ago, I wanted to be sure I wasn't around for it. I won't go into the gruesome specifics of the Final Destination-esque deaths that happened around me, or to people I was on the phone to, but it got to the point where I was a hermit, no longer going out, no longer calling anyone unless absolutely necessary. And then the 20th rolled around, Mum's birthday, one time where I have to call and see how she's doing. She lives on her own, and I wasn't going to miss the opportunity to ask her about my sister, especially as all the other avenues I'd tried had come up blanks. Hi, Mum. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's always lovely to hear from you. How are things?
To be honest, not that great. Can I ask you something?
Go on.
Well, did I have a sister? There was the smallest moment's pause, and then her voice came back perfectly level.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'd forget you ever said anything.
And just like that, it went completely out of my mind. We chatted, and that was that. No other mention of the girl or anything. In fact, it wasn't until yesterday that I remembered that part of the conversation and the story. I was continuing to stay inside, the feeling of despair without a glimmer of hope pervading every cell of my being. The deaths kept happening, an incident with fake snow, a giant bauble killing shoppers when it rolled out from a huge display, some bell ringers crushed when dry rot in a bell tower caused the massive lumps of iron to rain down on them. And then came yesterday, the day it all changed. I was sitting inside eating another tin of soup when I got an email alert. I sat up and read the screen. It was from the librarian.
I hope you don't mind my emailing you. I did promise that I'd pass along any further information that came to light. As you know, the papers are being digitized at present, and thus I was able to have a look at them as they went through. One caught my eye. It mentioned Christmas, but took place around Easter, March 1986. It also involved death. I've attached a scan of it. I hope it helps you in your search.
I opened the attachment. It was her. Her face looking out, along with the headline, "Father Christmas Killer Attacks Local Family." I read, and as I did so, the boulder on my brain began to move. I remembered. I remembered that that was the first Easter I really knew that something was happening. We were church-going folk, so I knew a big celebration was coming up. I did what any 5-year-old would have done. I went up into the attic and brought down some Christmas decorations. As I was putting tinsel around the various ornaments on the landing, my parents came up the stairs to ask what I was doing. When I told them I was decorating the house for Easter, they just laughed.
We don't decorate the house for Easter.
We do for Christmas.
But that's completely different. Now put all this back in the box and back in the attic.
I stamped. But I like Christmas. I want it to be Christmas. All I got was a slap across my legs.
You don't speak to me like that, and you do as you're told.
I got angrier, and I hurt. And that's when my big sister decided to poke her head around the door and laugh at me.
You're so silly. Everyone knows Christmas is months away. And besides, Santa is not real. Mum and Dad put presents in the stockings for us.
I've said before that I loved Christmas, and if there's one thing you don't tell a 5-year-old, it's about Santa. I stood there, utterly devastated, legs still stinging, heart wounded. I don't quite remember if a trickle of anything ran down my trousers. Whatever happened, my sister just stood there, laughing her head off as my world crumbled. I fled back up into the attic, away from the taunting, hideous shrieks of my sister, of her. And I wished with all the passion of my childish self, all the resentment of the destruction of that piece of innocence, and all the righteousness of my hurt feelings. There then came a knock at the front door. I heard my mother answer it. I heard a familiar ho ho ho. And then the screams began. I rushed downstairs to find the hallway covered in blood and the bodies of my sister, father, and mother scattered across the floor and walls. Old Saint Nick gave me a wink as he closed the door behind him. My mother was killed on that day. I was the only survivor. So who was the person I knew as my mum? A knock at the door snapped me back to the present. I peered out into the early evening gloom and saw no one. I opened the front door and found a big box gift-wrapped with a gold bow in just the same way as the one behind door number 23 on the advent calendar. My mum's advent calendar. I pulled out my phone to dial her number, but saw that she'd tried to call earlier and had left a voicemail message.
I'm just calling because I've been thinking about what you asked. I'm glad you didn't answer. This has been difficult for me to keep quiet all these years. I'm not your mother, dear. I'm your aunt. Something happened 30 years ago. There was an accident. You were left an orphan and I was the closest person. I brought you up as my own. I knew there was something different about you. I recognized the gift when I first held you in my arms. And I know that, unwittingly or not, you could make things happen. I had to make you forget, dear. You know I had to. I don't know what caused you to remember, but please just take a deep breath and call me.
Trembling, I dialed her number. Somewhere inside the present before me, her phone rang. I turned around and retched.
Oh.
The police stopped interviewing me late last night. One accidental death in my company, the psychotherapist, was unfortunate. To have a second, the boiled sweet from next door, was tragic. To have a third, your aunt dismembered and gift-wrapped on your doorstep, is truly weird. Add into that the scenes on the CCTV from 3 years ago, and you have yourself a basket case. I haven't stopped thinking about it all day. I started writing this to get it all out of my head. This is how I've pieced it together. My mother's side of the family had some power, some gift. I picked it up. My aunt told me that. It triggered that Easter back in '86. My aunt took me in and did whatever she did to make me forget, and, crucially, to remove the trigger of Christmas from my mind. You don't get a figure more pervasive than Santa in the last third of the year, and she couldn't risk me relapsing before I was ready. Before she was ready. Maybe that's why we kept the same advent calendar as a way of training the psyche. I don't know if she blamed me for the death of her sister, however innocent I may have been. It must have been when I took that job in the shopping mall, actually being Father Christmas, that brought it back. Something reawakened in me when I was actually playing that role, and power's been working to keep me safe, isolated, and inside, away from harm. She probably put those constraints on me somehow too. Powerful woman, my aunt. But she never told me. She kept me cooped up, wings clipped, unable to fly, to use the power that I may have had. Kept me like a eunuch. If I'd known, maybe I could have averted all this. But it's now late on Christmas Eve, and we all know what happens next. What happened on the Advent calendar. It's the end of the countdown, and I know I have far too much blood on my hands. And I'm tired. Tired and beaten. This document serves as something of a confession. I was behind it all, unwittingly. It probably was me, or something created by me, that was there 3 years ago, murdering that family and my stand-in at the mall dog. I've been behind all those deaths. Something within me trying to keep me safe and closeted away. Something with a violent streak and a thirst for revenge. And any moment now, it'll be coming down the chimney. And it's time for me to face my past and receive my present. And I'm going to put a stop to all this for good.
That was crazy. That felt like a couple of previous No Sleep stories that we've listened to before merged into one. I recall this one Christmas story where, like, you first listen to it and it sounded pretty good, but the critiques on it was like, the build-up was kind of underwhelming. With that girl showing up to see the mall Santa leading up to Christmas, and then there being like a massacre at the end, like, yeah, okay. I guess that happened. And then the other story where a person's nightmares became reality. That was pretty good. I liked that one. Let's see. It was a long one. It was a beefy one.
Christmas celebrations, as many of us know, have their roots in pagan traditions, the winter solstice, and many other magical and mystical tales of folklore. Consider this story from author C.M. Scandreth. In it, we learn of a Scottish family who celebrate Christmas with a gathering of their huge clan and the many traditions in which they partake. Unbeknownst to one woman, there are darker reasons behind their strict ceremonies. Performing this tale is Erica Sanderson, so be thankful your gifts can be simply exchanged in brightly wrapped boxes and don't have to be part of the Yule Tithe.
The Yule Tithe. EA has the Dead Space IP on ice and has no plans on utilizing it. I think I've seen this before. Oh no. Come on, man. If you're not gonna do anything with your game, then let someone else have it. Sick of this shit.
My grandmother had a voice that could bind words into enchanting images, wrought of pure imagination. Where she learned this gift, my childhood self never dared ask, because, like a magician's illusion, I did not want it spoiled by knowing the secret. So instead, I stayed quiet. My huge blue eyes luminous above the lip of the counterpane as she spun fairy legends in the air about my head, losing me in fanciful worlds of things that never would, and never should, exist. The stories shared common threads, as though a mythic tapestry had been unravelled, then woven anew into different shapes and patterns by her voice, mixing desperate hope with high adventure, or diabolic trickery through true love. While I don't remember all the words she spoke to me, the themes rang true in my head. Her stories lurked in the corners of my mind, well into my adult life, especially the fable about her family wealth. The distant ancestor in that tale was a charcoal burner, one of the lowest peasantly professions of all. Upon finding a hare snared in a thorn hedge, he made to kill it with his axe, but the creature spoke in a human voice, imploring him to release it, knowing fairy magic when he saw it, the charcoal burner hacked the beast free, whence it sprang away, shouting that the peasant should dig beneath his hut upon his return home. On his return, the man dug up the earthen floor of his mean little house, finding beneath it a jewel the size of his fist, and coloured the rich purple of a thistle's head. There were variations on the theme from there. Sometimes the charcoal burner engaged in an unequal escapade of trickery against the local nobles. Other times he outfoxed the fairies, winning great magical favour for his family. But the end result was always the same, with the former peasant becoming a laird in his own right and winning the hand of a princess. Their firstborn child was eventually to be stolen away by the fair folk. And while the stories seemed utterly real while my grandmother held me spellbound, I convinced myself that I did not believe a word of them when I woke in the morning. According to the same legends, the great stone house on the Tor occupied the precise spot where the charcoal burner's dilapidated hut had once stood. By law, the place was owned by my feeble but still lucid great-grandfather. In truth, it belonged to the whole family, to the clan, as he referred to us. It stood empty most of the year, used only sporadically by the more artistic relatives, as the place stood well beyond reach of intrusive mobile phone signals. But when Christmas approached, some 70 of us would descend on the place, sweeping out the dusty stone corridors, cleaning cobwebs from the great hall, and making up the dozens of beds. Because when my relatives did the whole family Christmas thing, all of the clan was expected to come. Often, there would be well over 100 of us, crammed into what was essentially an old Scottish castle. It was my grandmother who organised the whole business, shouting orders and slapping the legs of underfoot children with a tea towel while she wrangled the Yule celebration into a semblance of order. She refused to call it Christmas, disapproving of the modernisation of the ancient pagan festival, and insisted that we celebrate the actual day on the winter solstice, not on the 25th. These things we let pass. As children, we certainly didn't raise complaints about getting our presents early, and as adults, we couldn't be bothered incurring her wrath, allowing the old woman her harmless eccentricities in the name of tradition. And it was a very old family tradition, she told us, passed down the matriarchal line for so long that she did not dare to be the first woman in the family to break it. So we scurried about, doing her bidding, using the 3 kitchens in the rambling house to cook up a storm, while the men hewed huge piles of wood to keep the enormous fire burning in the great hall. As was also custom, it was my job as one of the younger, childless women to organise games and activities to keep the 24 wee ones occupied.
It's good practice. One day you'll have your own gaggle of squealing bairns and you'll thank me for it.
And she was right. The women in our family had always been incredibly fertile. Twins were not uncommon, and there was a running joke that all the clan pregnancies were in fact multiples, but that often only that one child was born. Only the fittest could be born into our tough, ancient lineage, so the other was simply absorbed. But I don't think there had ever been a clan Christmas where at least one woman wasn't pregnant. Numerous other traditions arose on the actual day of the solstice. The men built a bonfire outside and dared one another to leap over it while drinking far too much ale. The clan stone was also brought out, a purple, radiant cut jewel the size of a walnut. In the tales my grandmother had told me, it was a fragment of the original thistle jewel upon which the family wealth had been built. On reflection, I suppose it could have been. It was certainly old enough. I'd been allowed to hold it in my hand once, feeling the weight of age on the stone. I suppose it doesn't really matter whether it was true or not. The stone was pivotal to the one tradition that nobody was allowed to mess with, and which Grandma expected everyone to treat as seriously as death itself. The jewel cake. Taking the purple gem, she would bake it into one of the enormous suet puddings which followed the Yule feast. Whomever received the serving containing the stone would be declared King or Queen of Yule, and would be crowned with prickly mistletoe. It harkened back to the old traditions of the 12th night, I learned, where a bean or a coin was baked into the pudding. There wasn't really much to it other than the green crown and extra helpings of food and booze. I'd never been the Yule Queen yet, but every year I'd poke at the hot, moist pudding on my plate and hope to hear the clink as the unyielding surface of the jewel struck my spoon. It had taken years of watching my grandmother like a hawk in the kitchen to figure out her trick of keeping the stone-laden pudding a secret. She guarded each of them like her firstborn child, not letting anyone so much as eat a crumb of them around before they touched the table. On that fateful night, through careful spying, I had finally divined which cake the stone had been placed into. In an act of petty rebellion, I snared a single currant from the edge of the platter, which vanished into my mouth before anyone could see. Oh, I had no real intention of trying to spoil my grandmother's little tradition by throwing the odds in my favour. She did that to herself. Every adult knew it would always be one of the pregnant women who received the jewel and who would be crowned the Yule Queen. While she might have claimed it was fate, I didn't believe a word of it. In all the Christmases I could remember since I was a small child, there had never once been a Yule King. Only queens. And so it happened as it always did. My cousin Isabel whooping in excitement as the purple jewel fell from her pudding onto the plate. I did my best to hide my jealousy as the crown was placed on her head, and they plied her with more food and drink. Being newly pregnant, she risked grandmotherly wrath by barely sipping the latter. Some traditions do not age quite as well. As I picked up sleepy children and carried them upstairs to their bedrooms, I saw my cousin dozing in one of the huge armchairs in front of the blazing hearth, one hand on her belly, the stone cupped in the other, her face oddly troubled. My own bed was in the old stables with the rest of the teenagers. Having turned 19 just a month before, I hardly felt I belonged there. But until I turned up to the clan Christmas with a boyfriend or a husband in tow, a sleeping bag on a straw mattress was my lot. There was a lot of chatter and silliness, but as a veteran, I was well prepared for that. The reliable earplugs went in, and as they did so, the giggling and whispering dulled to a more tolerable level. Eventually I slept, lulled by the food in my belly and the Christmas sherry I'd sampled from my cousin's barely touched glass. When I awoke, everything was deathly quiet. My watch informed me that it was 3 a.m, and the only illumination in the stables came from a weak orange light hung over the stone courtyard. Everyone was silent, even my cousin Angus, who usually snored like a cattle beast in heat. Surrendering to vague demands from my bladder, I shucked off my sleeping bag, pulled straw from my hair, and climbed down.
Acting up again. Yeah. Just acting up again. Let's see. Sorry about that. We should be good now, I think. Maybe.
The stranger's white gold hair spilled down his back like a girl. Full spying, I had finally divined which cake the stone had
Gonna
been
rewind
placed
just
into.
a tad.
In an act of petty rebellion, I snared a single currant from the edge of the platter, which vanished into my mouth before anyone could see. Oh, I had no real intention of trying to spoil my grandmother's little tradition by throwing the odds in my favour. She did that to herself. Every adult knew it would always be one of the pregnant women who received the jewel and who would be crowned the Yule Queen. While she might have claimed it was fate, I didn't believe a word of it. In all the Christmases I could remember since I was a small child, there had never once been a Yule King. Only queens. And so it happened as it always did. My cousin Isabel whooping in excitement as the purple jewel fell from her pudding onto the plate. I did my best to hide my jealousy as the crown was placed on her head, and they plied her with more food and drink. Being newly pregnant, she risked grandmotherly wrath by barely sipping the latter. Some traditions do not age quite as well. As I picked up sleepy children and carried them upstairs to their bedrooms, I saw my cousin dozing in one of the huge armchairs in front of the blazing hearth, one hand on her belly, the stone cupped in the other, her face oddly troubled. My own bed was in the old stables with the rest of the teenagers. Having turned 19 just a month before, I hardly felt I belonged there. But until I turned up to the clan Christmas with a boyfriend or a husband in tow, a sleeping bag on a straw mattress was my lot. There was a lot of chatter and silliness, but as a veteran, I was well prepared for that. The reliable earplugs went in, and as they did so, the giggling and whispering dulled to a more tolerable level. Eventually I slept, lulled by the food in my belly and the Christmas sherry I'd sampled from my cousin's barely touched glass. When I awoke, everything was deathly quiet. My watch informed me that it was 3 a.m, and the only illumination in the stables came from a weak orange light hung over the stone courtyard. Everyone was silent, even my cousin Angus, who usually snored like a cattle beast in heat. Surrendering to vague demands from my bladder, I shucked off my sleeping bag, pulled straw from my hair, and climbed down from the loft, the old wooden ladder squeaking as my bare feet came to rest on the polished rungs. I felt strangely ill at ease, and stood gathering my wits for a moment in the dim light, my ears prickling. In the stillness, I thought I could hear faint sounds coming from the house, from the great hall. Instead of heading for the outhouse, I pushed through the side door of the stables and padded across the freezing courtyard, still barefoot, the frosty air making my ears hurt and my eyes blur. Through the big stone-ringed windows, I could make out the golden glow of the fireplace, surrounded by armchairs, but I'd rapidly blinked the sleep out of my eyes when I realized that there were also people standing in front of the fireplace. A cluster of them, looking at the chair where Isabel still slept. None of them were my family members. The foremost of the 11 strangers was a tall man, taller even than my Uncle Michael, who my grandmother would have us believe was part giant. The stranger's white gold hair spilled down his back like a girl's, caught at the temples by a golden crown fashioned as if from tiny antlers. His outfit was archaic, old huntsman's garb, with tooled leather riding boots, grey hose, a gold-dusted red velvet jacket, and a curved hunting horn at his hip. The others were similarly dressed, all so regal and beautiful that distinguishing the men from the women was difficult. But even from this distance, there was an aura of cruelness to them, a languid feline arrogance that marred their features in some indiscernible way and made me shiver with something other than cold. Deep in dreams, Isabel was none the wiser as the strange elfin huntsmaster bent over her and carefully stroked her belly with his fine white fingers. But then, in a moment of terrifying strangeness, he screamed as though he had been burnt, clutching his hand to his chest.
It isn't her!
But she has the stone.
We have been duped!
Fear thrilled through me. But surely I was dreaming. In a moment of lucidity, I thought I could tell. Everything had some sort of hazy glow about it, making things slightly unreal. It was intensifying now, shining up from under my chin and tinting my shaking hands faintly lavender. And as I looked down to see the ghostly purple gemstone hung about my neck on an insubstantial golden chain, the fairy spirits in the great hall noticed too.
The hunt is on!
He lifted the gilded horn to his lips and let out 3 sharp blasts. Without even thinking, I turned and ran. The grassy sward on the side of the tour was stiff with frost and my feet hurt, but I ignored the pain. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I remembered enough of my grandmother's stories to know that I didn't want to be caught. At least I had a good head start, I thought, as I slithered down the slope and into a pile of scree, though I really wished I'd stopped to put some shoes on first. The rocky terrain made running difficult, but there was only a short dash to reach the woods to the west of the tor. Then they would have a great deal of trouble catching me. When the pounding of hooves and the jingle of reins and gilded bridles sounded behind me, terror rushed into my heart and adrenaline surged through my body. If only I could dart through the rocks as swiftly as the sure-footed hares that lived around the house. And at that thought, with a dizzy lurch, the ground rose up to meet my face, and I was running on 4 muscled, pawed legs, surrounded by the hazy glow of the thistle jewel. I was a hare. I sprang away, fleeter than any horse, blindly racing into the woods. As the trees closed around me, I let out a shocked laugh of elation, although nothing emerged from my whiskered mouth but a squeak. Another 3 blasts came from the hunter's horn. Then my triumph turned to fear again, as the baying of hunting hounds echoed through the trees. My strong legs carried me over and through thickets, as I dashed under branches and leaped thistle-studded hollows. But the dogs had my scent. Ahead, a stream glittered in the frosty starlight, the chuckling water too loud in my huge ears. Could hares swim? If only I could swim like a trout. In mid-bound, my skin rippled, and I felt the chilly air slide over silver scales. I splashed down into the blessed water and jackknifed away, the swift current quickly bearing me away from the hunting dogs. I glimpsed a flash of white fur and red ears as they reached the bank of the stream. Then I was gone, my scent lost to the rushing waters. I heard the hoofbeats grow distant, muffled echoes through the water. They had lost my trail, and for now, I had outwitted them. But there was still little time to rest, as I knew such hunters wouldn't give up until the sun crested the horizon. When the creek emptied abruptly into a tarn, I knew my luck as a fish had run out, and I had to force my cold-blooded brain to think quickly. If only I could fly like a rook. Leaping out at the chilly waters of the tarn, I beat newly minted wings, cawing with delight as the air caught instantly beneath them, and I lifted into the sky, up and away from the shrinking ground. They would never catch me now. The baying of the dogs grew distant, and the freezing winter winds lifted me higher. Yet I heard another 3 blasts on the hunter's horn. With a sudden premonition of doom, I slewed sharply left as a huge shadow fell over me. Hawk! The thing was gigantic. A predator at once elegant and utterly savage. Its curved beak missed me by inches, leaving me tumbling through the air in a spray of feathers. It banked, hovered, then came at me again. In panic, I folded my wings and fell like an arrow, speeding towards the earth below. It grazed me twice, painfully ripping out great chunks of feathers, but missing my flesh. As I hurtled towards the ground, I called upon the strange magics once again. If only I could run like the deer. Instead of colliding with the floor of the forest, I hit it running, again on 4 legs, and so fast that I could barely take in my surroundings. I bleated in surprise, every quivering muscle working to speed me far from the baying of the hounds and the frustrated screech of the hawk. Through the trees, a faint pink light was rising, the leading edge of the breaking dawn. My pursuers must have seen it too, because the horn pealed out again, the sound now strangely desperate. Then I was on the open moors, running faster than any horse or any hound, running towards the glowing line of the rose-coloured horizon. As my hoofs struck the rabbit hole in the grassy soil, I registered first a flash of panic, then the sickening snap of bones and a shock of crippling pain. I screamed through my velvet muzzle, bawling in animal agony. I thrashed, trying to rise, but my foot was trapped, and the hunters were upon me. I closed my eyes as the huntsmaster drew his silver bow, then let fly the shining arrow. The pain I was expecting never came, and instead, I felt a shifting beneath my pelt. Looking down, I saw my old familiar body. Struck through my breast stood a ghostly silver shaft, which dissipated into shining smoke as the rays of the rising sun burnt it to nothing.
No!
He leapt lightly down from his horse, drew his horn-handled hunting knife, and slashed it desperately across my throat. It passed through me as though made of air, As the cry fell from his lips, the sun was snuffed out in an instant, plunging myself and the 11 hunters into darkness. Just as confused as I, the hunters called to one another, anger and surprise coloring their arrogant voices in the gloom. But when a ghostly white glow began to grow in the west, they grew silent, for it illuminated a creature far more terrible than even themselves. On 2 legs it walked, so long and thin that my mind rejected their existence. The very shape of those limbs represented something not of this world, of an evolutionary lineage that should never have been. They supported the emaciated body of a man, crowned by a head that was neither bat nor goat, but somehow the worst of both. 6 mad eyes burned out from the sides of the malformed skull. The fair folk dropped to their knees, whilst I simply stared, frozen. What are you? A pointed tongue flickered out from the being's mouth. Then it hissed.
Eldest.
The elf huntmaster grovelled before it, prostrating himself and crying out for mercy. But there was none, no more than they would have shown me. It seems that even the fair folk have no power when it comes to the truly ancient pacts. As abruptly as the sun had vanished, it reappeared. The welcome golden glow suffused the moorland and illuminated only a vacant space in the grass where the huntsmaster and the creature had been. One of the fairy women turned to me, her delicate features twisted, ugly with hatred.
Your family will regret breaking faith with us, mortal. Those who betray the Fae always pay dearly.
And then she too was gone, taking her people, horses and hounds with her.
Huh.
The hobble back to the house was long and slow, my ankles swollen and painful, dark bruises blossoming on the skin. A makeshift crutch helped a little, but by the time those familiar stone walls came into view, it was mid-afternoon, and I was desperately tired. Someone must have spotted me from the house, as 3 of my uncles ran out to help, carrying me the rest of the way. My exhaustion mingled with confusion as I noticed 2 police cars parked at the entrance to the courtyard, and a huddle of my relatives with blankets around them, crying and holding one another. After the police officers questioned me, I learned that at some point during the longest night, my elderly great-grandfather had quietly gathered up all the children. He had taken them to the basement garage built into the old cellars, had closed the doors, and had gassed himself and all 24 little ones.
Oh.
The family was utterly inconsolable. An entire generation had been lost to that one unthinkable act. How he had managed to do it without waking anyone, nobody was sure, but the police implied that the food or drink at the Yule feast may have been drugged. But I knew the truth, and so did my grandmother. At the first opportunity, she shut me in her bedroom, her face white with rage.
Girl, what did you do?
As I explained to her how I'd outfoxed the Fae, her expression soured further.
Long ago we made a bargain for the peace and prosperity of our family, that every Yule we would make a sacrifice of a human soul to the fair folk, so that they may pay their tithe to hell.
The pregnant women. In a moment of pure connection, I recalled the Dower family joke that all of our pregnancies started out as twins. Survival of the fittest. If it had ever been funny, it certainly wasn't anymore.
Yes, and when you stole that stray crumb from the cake, you damned both us and them.
I shook my head.
No, I beat them. I escaped the hunters, just like in your stories.
But my grandmother had nothing more to say, and the next morning, after scores of thistles bloomed purple and wild all over the tor, I knew that I would never again be welcome at the clan Christmas. I've kept in touch with a few of my female cousins over the years, but they all report the same thing as me. No matter how hard they try, no matter what treatments they take, none of us can fall pregnant. and none of the men can impregnate their wives. As we all grow older, the family line grows thinner, smaller, and weaker, and eventually the great clan will die out. Every Yule, I call my grandmother on the phone. She does not speak. Where once she would have regaled me with her stories, now all she does is weep, with the colourless thistle jewel clutched in her frail fist. When I'm finally glutted on guilt, I hang up on her and lose myself in a bottle of sherry, trying to think of better times. But this year will be different. This year, I'll spend the solstice alone at the abandoned house on the Tor. Once I've gathered up enough drunken courage, I'll head out to the moors just before sunrise and open my veins on the spot where I should have died 10 years ago. I just hope that my sacrifice is enough.
Wow, that was crazy. More whimsical than it was scary. I liked it though.
One of the many reasons children are so fond of Christmas are the tales of jolly, festive places like the North Pole and Whoville and Frosty the Snowman's town. Well, those are all well and good, but there is another place which won't be making children smile, I can assure you of that. It's told to us by author Elias Witherow, and in it a young boy is transported to a magical place which is more nightmarish than anything the Grinch could conjure. Performing this tale is Peter Lewis, so don't let the name fool you. There is nothing festive about Christmas Land.
Christmas has always been a hard time for me. I've never felt the warmth of family coming together, or the anticipation of opening gifts. I've never gone to midnight mass, or experienced the thrill of sitting on Santa's lap and telling him what I want. I've never helped my mother make gingerbread cookies or gone caroling. But Christmas isn't hard because my life lacked those holiday essentials. No. Instead, it's because of the memories that surround that annual celebration. The reminder of what I went through, of what I've seen. I'm getting ahead of myself. It happened when I was 6. I was living with my mother. My father was out of the picture. Just a hateful name on my mother's tongue. I never met the guy, and to be honest, I never wanted to. Why would I want to develop a relationship with someone who abandoned my mother and I after I was born? So, it was just the two of us. 2 quiet souls just trying to make the most of our meager lives. We lived in a small house on the edge of town. My mother worked 2 jobs and couldn't afford a sitter, so I spent a lot of time alone in the house. She made me swear secrecy and not tell anyone at school because she was afraid social services would take me away. Looking back, they probably would have if they found out. But they never did, and I spent a lot of time in a world of make-believe. I had to. We didn't have a television or even a radio, so if I wanted to escape somewhere, it had to be in my head. I didn't mind, because I didn't know any better.
I spun worlds and characters, imaginary friends, and silly things that little boys fantasize about. I'd come home from school, make myself some cheese and crackers, the kind of cheese you'd squirt from a can, and launch into my world of make-believe. I was a space warrior, a pirate, a soldier, anything I could think of. I'd run around the house fighting aliens or the enemy, shooting at them with imaginary guns or fighting them back with invisible swords. Eventually, the sun would set and I would end up asleep in my bed. My mother would come home around 10, check on me, kiss me on the cheek, and then rush back out to her other job, which kept her busy until after 3 a.m. So, you see, she didn't have a lot of time for me. She didn't have time to get us a Christmas tree or decorate our house or anything. Christmas was just another day for me. But God, I wanted it to be so much more. I got so jealous listening to the kids at school talk about their presents, the sleigh ride they went on, their visit to Santa at the mall. I became hungry for those things. I wanted them more than anything else. I wanted to play in the snow and come rushing back inside to a cup of hot cocoa and listen to jingle bells while I warmed myself by the fire. It was all so festive, so magical. Now, I'm not telling you these things for you to pity me. I don't care about that. I'm telling you this so you understand why I did what I did. About why I went to Christmas Land. I stirred in my bed and listened to Mom shut the front door behind her. My cheek was still damp from her kiss, and I knew she had just left to go to her second job. I rubbed sleep from my eyes and bundled up in my covers. It was cold, my breath pluming out before me. Mom must not have been able to pay the heating bill this month. As I tried to go back to sleep, my mind wandered. It was only a couple days until Christmas, and I dreaded listening to everyone at school gloat about their presents and all the cool stuff they got. Buried under my blankets, I started to drift. The house was silent and dark, my bedroom door open to reveal the barren living room.
Hey, kid.
The voice shattered the serenity like a hammer on glass, and my eyes shot open. My heart began to race in my chest as I tried to determine if I had imagined the voice or not. Mom had just left. I was supposed to be alone.
Hey, kid, come over here.
I sat up, breathing fast. I hadn't imagined it that time. It was a male voice, low and deep, but inviting. It had come from the living room.
It's okay. I just want to talk to you for a second.
Swallowing hard, I slid off my bed and tiptoed to my door. I peeked around the corner, trying to see through the black. Had Mom brought a friend over and left him here?
Don't
I
do
thought
it.
about turning on a light, but for some reason, the thought scared me. What if I didn't want to see whoever was out there? What if it wasn't one of Mom's friends?
Over here, by the fireplace.
My head spun, and I squinted toward the ashy, empty space against the wall. I didn't see anyone. I was a mess of trembling nerves as I crept toward where the voice had come, keeping my head on a swivel. I stopped in front of the fireplace, scratching my head.
That's better. I'm up here.
I jumped, taking a step back as the voice echoed from the chimney. As I settled myself, my mind began to spin. Who was up there, and how had they gotten there? The only person I knew who went down chimneys was Santa. Fear subsiding, I knelt down and cocked my head up under the fireplace to look up the chimney. Dangling from the darkness was a long, charred hand. It swung motionless like a dead pendulum. Long fingers hung like silent chimes, the skin as dark as soot.
Ooh, that's
The hand was attached to an incredibly thin wrist that disappeared into the black.
Hey, kid.
I just stared at it, mouth dropping open. What the heck was this? How was a hand talking to me? And what was it doing in my house? The hand continued.
You're pretty brave not running away. Most kids see me and book it. Not you, though. You're a tough guy, huh?
I shrugged, still not sure I was awake and listening to a hand in my chimney.
Well, let me cut to the chase. I heard you like Christmas. Is that true?
I told the hand it was.
Well, that's great, because I have a surprise for you. If you want, I can take you to a magical place called Christmas Land. In Christmas Land, it's always snowing, just like the North Pole. Not only that, there's also hundreds of dazzling Christmas trees like you've never seen. And Christmas lights all through the sky. Oh, they're beautiful. Christmas Land is full of little boys and girls, just like you. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Don't you want to see it?
I shifted in my empty living room, curiosity pushing aside fear. That did sound good. That sounded like exactly what I wanted. As strange as the offer was, as bizarre a circumstance as I found myself in, I felt pulled to comply. It was a nagging in my head, a whisper behind the voice I heard. I bit my lip and thought about my mom. She wouldn't be home for a couple hours. She didn't have to know. The hand swayed gently.
I promise to have you back before your mom gets home. You want to see the lights, don't you? You want to play in the snow?
That I did. And honestly, I was so desperate to experience Christmas that it didn't take much to convince me. I told the hand I would come, making it promise to take me back home before 3. It promised. Smiling hesitantly, I reached up and grabbed the hand, which was now opening its fingers. On contact, I felt something jolt through me like a quick blast of icy wind. I gasped, and I heard the hand whisper something to itself from the darkness.
Take us.
Before I could respond, the hand gripped mine, and I was lifted off my feet in a rush. Darkness blasted around me, and I gasped, my eyes watering. I could smell ash invade my nostrils, the chimney squeezing in tight around my shoulders. The hand never let go, and we just kept soaring up and up and up. Up for far too long. We should have reached the end of the chimney by now. And then I audibly gasped as light exploded across my vision and heat rushed in to wrap itself around me. I blinked, wind tearing my eyes, and I realized I was falling. I was falling fast, and the hand was nowhere to be seen. I started to scream, realizing I was falling toward the earth from high up, impossibly high up. And everything was wrong, all wrong. I expected to see my house, my neighborhood, a dark landscape below me. But what I fell toward...
What? What did you fall towards? Come on.
Everything was wrong, all wrong. I expected to see my house, my neighborhood, a dark landscape below me. But what I fell toward was nothing like that. I fell toward charred earth and dusty mountains. I fell toward pits of fire and empty wasteland. I fell toward a mass of something wriggling and screaming.
Ew.
As terror poured from my mouth, hair slapping across my face, I saw that I was falling toward a massive net dangling over the earth, filled with screaming children. When I registered what it was, I only had a second to cover my head before I smacked into them. My breath was crushed from my lungs, and I felt bones break under me as I made contact with the other kids. I felt my shoulder scream with pain, and I wriggled on top of the pile as hands reached for me, tried to pull me under, tried to get me off of them. Faces stared up at me, terrified, tear-streaked faces. Confusion and horror crashed together in my young mind like two trains on the same track. I didn't know where I was, what was happening, or what I had just fallen into. I kicked at the hands grabbing me, frantic to be free from their touch. There were hundreds of kids below me, most of them crushed and dead from the weight of those above. I rolled over and pressed my face against the mesh, looking below us. Blood dripped from the bottom of the net, and I could hear the slow grind of breaking bones in the air. And then the net began to move. I gripped it and pulled myself into a standing position, face pressed against the fibers, desperate to see where I was. The vision that awaited me still haunts me to this day. We were hanging above a vast plain of red earth. Foothills rolled below us, empty of forest or foliage. Rock formations jutted from cuts in the dirt like emerging infections, sharp angles, and dangerous surfaces. Ash rained from a crimson sky, a constant curtain of never-ending flakes. It looked like snow. Walking across the expansive plains were dozens of towering, naked, sexless humans. They rose hundreds of feet in the air, all silent, with eyes that looked glazed over as if they were asleep. They were rhythmic in their movement, order to their steps. They worked together all across the horizon, bringing down nets and emptying them into colossal piles. Dozens of human mountains scattered across the horrific world, bleeding cairns that screamed and howled in the wind. I watched in devastated horror as the children were emptied from the nets and tumbled down the piles, still fighting to get away. Even as they did, one of the enormous humans would come forward and kick them back, killing them in the process. When the piles were high enough, an enormous blazing rock was set at the top to begin a slow burn down the mountains of flesh. In a sick way, it reminded me of a star atop a Christmas tree. The orange and red stone lighting the pile with disturbing color. As it burned away the bodies, a thick black smoke wafted from the death and rose up and up, high into the sky. My bloodshot eyes followed the dozens of plumes of smoke toward the heavens, and for a second time, my breath was robbed from my lungs. Stretching across the expanse of the sky, from horizon to horizon, was an absolutely titanic human body. It was naked, like those below, but its skin was pale, almost white. Its hairless torso peeked in and out of the black smoke and cloud cover, winking down at us from an impossible height. Its head was bald, and its moon-sized eyes were closed and unmoving. Its mouth was a long line across its face, a pasty trench of overwhelming size. And it just hung above us all, still and silent. Peeking around the colossal body was the broken remains of a destroyed galaxy. Half alight planets and stars hung miserably across the vermilion heavens.
I love this imagery that we're being described. It sounds so creepy and surreal. Like an album cover or something.
Entire worlds cracked and crumbling through the solar system like blazing comets. And that's when I noticed something. I noticed the motionless body in the sky was absorbing all the smoke and death through its nostrils, like black holes sucking in all matter. And the more it breathed in, the more it began to take on color. They were trying to wake this thing back up, revive it from whatever state it had fallen into. Before I could even digest all of this, our net dropped, and I was falling once again. I heard my voice join the others, screaming, howling. We were being emptied onto a new pile of children. I hit the squirming mass with a thud and felt myself slide and somersault down it. Hands clawed at me as I tumbled, rolling further down until finally I was at the base of the Flesh Mountain. The ground shook as one of the massive, sexless humans approached, carrying a blazing boulder. Me and 3 other children began to run, hauling away from the pile as fast as we could. I didn't know where, but in the distance I saw spires. I headed toward them. The giant holding the boulder kicked at us, and 2 of my companions were destroyed instantly. Tears pouring from my face, I ran and ran and ran. I could hear roaring behind me, a great bellow of fury at my escape. I didn't stop. didn't care that I couldn't breathe, didn't notice the burning in my throat as I inhaled ash and soot. The ground shook and fire blazed and hell was all around me. The spires formed a definition, and I realized as I sprinted closer that they were chimneys, sprouting from the earth like broken tunnels. Hundreds and hundreds of chimneys of all shapes and sizes. Together, they formed a field of stone and brick stretching for acres and acres. Nets hovered above them from spikes the size of skyscrapers. As I approached the chimneys, I noticed that children were shooting out of them like bullets, only to fall into the waiting nets. I didn't have time to feel sorry for them as I reached the edge of the chimney fields. I didn't know what I was doing, didn't have a plan. I just needed to escape this nightmare. Tears rolling down my cheeks, I scrambled up the shortest chimney I could find, brick licking my skin and drawing blood. My ruined fingers dug into tiny holes, and I pulled myself up, weeping until I was sitting at the lip and looking down into empty darkness below. Sobbing, I said a prayer and took one last look behind me. The Titan in the sky had opened its eyes. Wind suddenly whipped across my face, and suddenly I was deafened by a great roar that shook the heavens. The giants below fell to their knees, hands upraised, as the very vault of the universe began to open and shift, shaking reality in an explosion of color and sound. Gripping the top of the chimney, screaming into the gale, I rolled forward into the open jaws of darkness. I fell down, deep into the long neck of the chimney, and listened to the world end and be reborn behind me. I fell until all I knew was darkness. When I eventually woke, I was lying in the middle of the road, surrounded by police, paramedics, and a very concerned crowd. Red lights flashed across my blurred vision, and I blinked back black. Questions rained down on me, worried voices that became jumbled to form a roar of noise. I looked down at myself and saw I was covered in blood and ash, my clothes hanging from my body in burned shreds. I fought against paramedics trying to shove an oxygen mask over my face and screamed for my mother, fear and horror consuming me. I blacked out soon after. I awoke a few days later in a hospital bed, my mother's tear-streaked face staring down at me. Mercifully, she held her questions back. Instead, she hugged me tight and kissed my face, whispering her love. It wasn't until I was released a few days later that I was told what had happened. According to the people who found me, I had suddenly appeared in the middle of a highway. A highway 3 states over from my house and home. It was a miracle someone didn't hit me with their car. My mom took me home and for years didn't ask questions. She knew something horrible had happened to me, and I think she always suspected someone had come and snatched me from my bed and dumped me in the road. I let her believe that, despite the contradicting timeline. I've never fully recovered mentally from that night. How could I? I witnessed something no man was ever supposed to possess memory of. I saw something that defied everything. Where had I been taken? Where was it now? Was it some distant future or some alternate plane of existence? And just what was that thing in the sky? And where was it now?
Wow, that one was really good. Whoa.
In our final festive tale, we travel to a most un-Christmas-like location. A prison. A prison on Christmas Eve. A prison on Christmas Eve preparing to execute a most heinous killer. But as we hear from author Colin Harker, one of the corrections officers seems to have a special connection to the prisoner, and it's a secret which he'd like to remain in the dark. Performing this tale are Mike Delgaudio, Jessica McAvoy, Peter Lewis, Atticus Jackson, and Matthew Bradford. And so, God rest ye merry, gentlemen and ladies, and please, let nothing you dismay.
Have any plans this Christmas Eve, Wilburn?
I gave Carolyn a faint smile. Just a quiet evening at home.
Alone?
Her tongue passed over her lips. At that moment, the phone rang. Glad for the interruption, I lifted it off its hook. Wilburn speaking?
Glad to hear you, Wilburn. It's Governor Guffey. Everything going well over there?
I glanced through the one-way mirror into the death chamber. The chair was still empty, its straps hanging loose and limp. But that wouldn't be for long. They're still readying the prisoner, sir. I expect we'll be ready to begin the execution in 5 minutes.
Oh, good man.
From the sound of it, Governor Guffey had been hitting the spiked eggnog a little early this Christmas Eve.
I'll just stay on the line, if you don't mind. You'll let me know when you've juiced him, won't you?
Of course, Governor. Of course. I glanced into the death chamber and saw that 2 guards were already hauling the prisoner in. Now, look, sir, I have to help.
Because, as you know, there are a lot of honest citizens in our fair state who will enjoy their holiday festivities all the more knowing that one less monster is abroad. And I do look forward to making a public statement on television shortly to that effect. Think of it, the Jonesville Ripper executed on Christmas Eve. A true holiday headline, a holiday miracle, don't you think?
Another tipsy chuckle. I chuckled along this time, secretly clenching my teeth. I didn't have any journalists to preen over me after hours. I just wanted to get home before the roads iced over, and here I was, wasting time with empty chit-chat.
Ugh.
Oh, for sure, sir. A Christmas miracle indeed. Now, Governor Guffey, I have to get off the phone and help the boys with the prisoner. I'll hand the phone over to another corrections officer, if you don't mind. I put the phone into Carolyn's hand. She made a face at me, and I pinched her cheek before leaving the anteroom and heading into the death chamber.
Man, my back
I
hurts.
checked my watch. 8 p.m. We were a little behind schedule, but that was all right. One of the guards was struggling with the prisoner as he turned to me.
I'm glad you finally made it here, Wilburn. We're having a bit of trouble with our friend here.
Didn't you sedate him? Mr. Wayland Stacy Carver, otherwise known as the Jonesville Ripper, was not in the best of spirits. He had always affirmed, in spite of all the damning evidence, that he was innocent of all 10 murders. Innocent, too, of whatever had happened to that young couple, Corey Ross and Carla Hicks, whose disappearance had been attributed to the talents of our local butcher as well. Now he was a raving mess, sweat pouring down his cheeks, thrashing madly as the guard shoved him into the chair and began strapping down his limbs. Carver's mad, bloodshot eyes suddenly settled on me as I knelt to secure his feet more tightly. I hesitantly met his gaze while tightening the leather straps another notch.
No more bedtime stories for you, Wilburn. No more little tales of terror. I suppose that you'll miss torturing me as well.
He was referring to several rather peculiar conversations that we'd had over the course of the last few months. Conversations in which he pressed me for details on what the electric chair was like, what it could do to a man's flesh, while in return, he told me all the death row nightmares that he had suffered as he waited for his final hour. I won't deny, it was interesting stuff. I knew and told him of how a prisoner's hair would sometimes catch on fire, or an eyeball would burst from its socket, dangling cruelly on its owner's cheek. He would shudder and look sick, but he couldn't stop himself from wanting to hear more. He really couldn't. I saw him try and fail. Then he would tell me about his nightmares. I never knew a man's own imagination could torture him so horribly, could turn an empty cell into a suffocating tomb of awful expectation. I guess I'd always thought, maybe hoped, that the imminency of death would give life a poignant sweetness, make it seem dearer somehow for its loss. But the nightmares that Carver told me of were like a slow poison, fouling up even those last months of precious life, so that the chair must have come as an awful relief of sorts, even though he still violently resisted even this relief. Humans are perverse creatures, aren't they? I looked him in the eye. At least the nightmares will be over, Mr. Carver.
What was it you said to me over and over again? The electricity lights up their insides. That's all it is, isn't it? Light? And light doesn't hurt, does it?
I straightened, standing over him. That's right. Think of it as light. Then it won't be frightening, see? He started to cry. I guess he was thinking about all those stories I told him of what would happen to him once I pulled the switch. No, he knew it would hurt. I settled the saline-soaked sponge against his forehead and strapped the leather skullcap tightly over the crown of his head, before nodding to the other two. He's ready.
Enjoy the light show, Wilburn! and thanks for keeping me company these last few months.
For a convicted serial killer strapped to an electric chair, he certainly was considerate. Was it my imagination, though, or was there a look of eerie, vindictive malice on his face? I felt his eyes follow me as I left the death chamber and entered the control room where Carolyn was still on the phone with Governor Guffey. I snatched the phone from her. We are ready to proceed, sir.
And let me tell you, young lady, when you get to be my age, you appreciate even the smallest. Wait, who is this? Is this Mr. Wilburn?
Indeed it is, sir. We are about ready to juice Mr. Carver, sir.
Then, Godspeed, good Mr. Wilburn.
I watched Carver intently through the one-way mirror as I gave the nod for one of the guards to pull the switch. They had dutifully covered his face with a black cloth, but as the electricity surged through him and as his body almost lifted like magic from the seat, I could almost imagine the face behind the cloth working like a single strained muscle, while a bloody foam began to spill from beneath the veil, covering the front of his shirt in a crimson stream. Even in the antechamber, I could smell something like rotten meat held over a furnace. My God, I thought, my mouth dry, eyes wide. The prison doctor went to Mr. Carver to check his pulse and cursed loudly, burning his fingers on the smoking flesh of the prisoner's arm.
You idiots! He's still alive! You didn't run a high enough voltage. Too
it again, and this time get it right.
Still alive.
Carolyn stared at that burning, suffering heap of twitching flesh in the chair while I pulled the switch one more time myself. He lifted again, his hands and legs kicking and shaking as though in the throes of some alien joy. And then he slumped down, more heavily this time, obscured in the fog of his own rotten-smelling smoke. I spoke into the phone. It's done, sir. No need to tell him of our grotesque little fumble. A detail like that would never make it to the ears of the public anyway.
Let me thank you, Mr. Wilburn, for your services to the state.
Governor Guffey could be heard taking a long sip of something.
And let me wish you a very Merry Christmas.
A Merry Christmas to you as well, Governor. Just as I hooked the phone back into its cradle, Carolyn snuggled up to me, a stray finger brushing the hair from my forehead.
Now, what was that you were saying about a lonely Christmas Eve?
I was? Did I say that? The two other officers laughed.
Lay off him, Carolyn. You're making the man nervous.
She visibly pouted.
You have a secret girlfriend, don't you, you tease?
Now, Carolyn, you wouldn't be jealous, would you? The truth is, after witnessing something like that, a man needs a little time on his own to relax and sort his thoughts out. It wasn't that I hadn't overseen an execution before. This, in fact, was my 5th. But this one was different. Governor Guffey had called it a Christmas miracle. I guess that's what it was. The stars seemed a little brighter up there in that swallowing black vastness they call heaven. There would be a lot of folks in Jonesville who would be sleeping easier tonight, too. Nothing like the execution of a monster to get the endorphins flowing, you know? I had an apartment in town, but I figured that it was a special night. Christmas Eve, for God's sakes. And I was in the mood for a little company. Poor Carolyn. Not her company. I took a little detour off the highway. From
Not
there,
your
turned
company.
down a long gravel road deep into the forest, feeling the familiar crunch of dirt beneath my tires. As I finally pulled up in front of a ramshackle cabin and turned the engine off, I thought I saw a faint movement through my rearview mirror, the dark ripple of a shadow. But when I turned around, my heart pounding with apprehension, I saw no one outside. With a little laugh, I climbed out of the car, heading towards the front door of the cabin. That eerie look that Wayland Stacy Carver had given me before I'd pulled the switch on him had actually succeeded in getting on my nerves. Here I was, on my night off, already imagining things. They say it's bad luck for an executioner to look his prisoner in the eye. Perhaps I better start taking that old superstition seriously. With the 6-pack in hand, I unlocked the door to the cabin and stepped inside, switching on the light with my elbow. I called out cheerily, "I'm home!" I set the beer on the living room table and shouldered my coat off. If the torn, bloodied thing that I had created, hanging from hooks and wires, had something to say in reply, I didn't hear it. I was in an irrepressibly conversational mood, however. "Did you miss me?" Cracking open a beer with the flat of my thumb, I ran my eyes over the silent, mangled remains of the late Corey Ross. Quite recently deceased, too. He had been alive the night before, after all. Nothing dead could make the sounds that he had made last night. Especially when I had told him that the Jonesville Ripper would be executed tomorrow, and that soon the police would be calling off their dogs. Once and for all. Of course, that was a bit of a tormenting lie on my part. Until the cops found the bodies of Corey Ross and his girlfriend Carla, they would never officially close the case. But with Carver in the ground and my own resolution to keep my, proclivities under control for a good long while, the likelihood of the police putting their energies into finding 2 presumptive corpses was slight at best.
Proclivities
My
is a new
location was
word.
perfect, too. I had bought this decrepit cabin rather cheaply under a fake name, deliberately choosing a location far removed from the site of my earlier murders. Not that the cops would be doing much poking around in the near future, anyhow. As far as they were concerned, the Jonesville Ripper was dead and buried. Another shocking entry in the annals of crime, but one finally laid to rest. Another man might have been bothered by the thought of someone else taking credit for his handiwork. Not me. I was never in this for the headlines. I found little pleasure in their crude attempts to describe my art. The Jonesville Ripper? Really? I didn't rip my victims apart. I remade them. I illuminated their darkness. I filled their emptiness. I gave them light. Take Corey Ross, for example. A month ago, he and his friend Carla had a little car trouble not too far from my cabin. And out of the kindness of my heart, without a thought for my own pleasure, I offered to drive them to my place so that they could use my phone. I was hoping to keep the conversation to a minimum, but I couldn't help but notice that every time the boy looked at me, his eyes didn't reflect anything back. Not the lights on my dashboard, not the dull gleam of the setting sun. They were like dead pennies, like it was all dark inside. Let me tell you, it gave me the creeps, but it was also fucking tantalizing. The kid, Corey, asked politely, turning his lightless eyes on me.
You all right, sir? Want me to turn up the heat? You're shivering.
When we got to my place, I felt a little better. I couldn't keep from casting sidelong glances at him while he and his girl Carla stood in my living room, waiting patiently for me to show them the phone. This Carla didn't interest me. Her eyes were bright and boring. She didn't have that frightening, appealing darkness. Did you say something?
No.
But his eyes said yes. I nodded at them and smiled.
Okay then.
Carla asked where my phone was, and I led her to the door of my basement. She didn't know, of course, that it was a basement until I kicked her legs out from under her, sending her flying down the narrow stairs into the darkness. There was the snap of bone, a little shriek of agonized pain, and then silence. From the narrow bar of light that illuminated the basement, I could see her sprawled, silent form. Corey came running and almost tripped and fell down the basement stairs himself, like a damn fool. I caught him by the arm before he lost his balance.
Yeah, gee, thanks, sir. What happened to...
He stopped talking when I struck the back of his head with my trusty pocket flashlight. And when he awoke a few hours later, well, he couldn't speak. He could only scream. He was too full of my light. For a month he had been with me, trussed up and hanging from the ceiling of my living room. And oh, how he shone. It was like those men sitting in the electric chair, but more intense, more perfect, watching their insides cook and their hair lift and smoke. I could imagine, but I couldn't see the electricity light up their dark insides. I did to Corey what I had done to the others, though with some additional, shall we say, seasonal refinements that made him all the better. I cannot presume to know what it feels like to have so much brightness within you, so much light that the grease of your heated brain drips down your twitching cheek. But I can tell you, with perfect confidence, that it feels like warmth itself to see it. I'm hardly alone in my love for light and hatred of the dark. Why else, in the depth of winter and its long nights, are there so many holidays centered perversely around light? Oh, sure.
Perversely is an interesting word to use.
I needed so many yards and yards of stringed Christmas lights. He even chuckled derisively and asserted, "No tree can hold that kind of weight." I replied with a wink and said, "Oh, you'd be surprised." After all, he didn't know about the various clamps and needles that I would be using to fasten and stitch them into place. But he shouldn't have been so bewildered. I was there for the same reason that the rest of his customers were. We all needed something to keep us warm and to keep the darkness at bay on those long winter nights, don't we? I seated myself comfortably on the couch, beer in hand, and began to play with the switchbox connected to the lights, watching the blood-stained bulbs flicker to life, illuminating the gleaming white bone or the exposed crimson of muscle.
Dude is obsessed.
The lights that crowned his head fascinated me most. I had worked on him for weeks, but I had saved his eyes up for last. Those dark, beckoning eyes. My long, thick wires of electric light that entered his cracked skull, and that I had, with considerable care, managed to weave past the thick, difficult matter of his brain. That had fixed him. As I gazed at his torn sockets, I saw the protruding lights gleam merrily back at me. He had begged me to stop as he felt my light replace the darkness of his brain. But I hadn't stopped. I couldn't be stopped. Not until it was complete and his darkness was gone. I wondered in passing whether Wayland Stacy Carver had guessed during that long, awful minute when he had been half alive, half dead, whether he realized that I had been the one who had adjusted the dial just enough so that he wouldn't die too quickly. Just enough so he could feel the light before flickering out.
Wow.
Thought made me burn with pleasure.
Wow.
It was while I was playing with the switch that I thought I heard something. A sound like the buzzing of a fly or a faint rattle. Then it was very brief, but I could not help but notice it. The lights in my cabin dimmed and flickered. Like I said, it was as brief as a blink, but I didn't like it. Shivering, I got up and checked the plugs for all my lamps and, of course, my Christmas lights. They were all fine. It's strange how electricity has a way of making a place seem haunted. When you're in the business of electrocuting living men, as I am, you start to notice spooky things. Popping sounds that don't make sense. Little plumes of smoke. Smells you can't quite place. Mysteries that prison guards puzzle out for hours during their cigarette breaks, with little resolution ever reached. Something about my living room and about the hanging thing of light and blood that I had created had that same haunted air about it. It was unsettling, but as long as the light held, I gave it little thought. So I breathed a sigh of relief when the electricity seemed to stabilize. And then it happened again. Except this time it was worse. This time the darkness was absolute for a good 10 seconds. I don't know what thoughts were going through me at that moment. All I know is that I was fumbling desperately in my pocket. And when I found my pocket flashlight, my fingers slippery with sweat, I turned it on and shone it desperately around. The little beam of light illuminated the broken, hanging body, the windows, my case of beer. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. The darkness was overwhelming, and I shuddered in it. And then, again, the lights returned and my body was flooded with panicky relief. I laughed aloud, thoroughly unnerved. I had gotten as bad as Carver had gotten during his last few months of life on death row, with his nightmares of entombment and lightlessness. God, I hated the dark. As the lights flickered tentatively again, I figured I'd better head out and see if there was something wrong. If a tree had fallen on the electrical wires or something. I don't know. I felt like I had to do something. Staying inside and watching my home alternate between light and darkness. It was chilling me to the bone. My coat warmed me momentarily, but the minute I stepped outside, I found myself surrounded by gales and eddies of snow. A freak blizzard had descended upon the little town of Jonesville and had already covered the forest that surrounded my cabin in a thick blanket of impenetrable whiteness. The long branches of the trees were covered with ice, and already thick drifts were accumulating around my house, some already nearly a foot deep. I stared out into the darkness that lay beyond the edge of the forest, at the expanse of falling snow and long shadows, feeling for the first time in a long while the way I had felt when the night terrors of childhood had assaulted me. It was a mixed sensation of helplessness, confusion, and awe. I sucked on my fingers, trying to warm them, hoping that the feeling would pass. It was while I stood there, in an idiotic stupor of dread, that I remembered it. That shadow that I had seen through my rearview mirror. That little slant of darkness. That had been the trigger that had started this insidious train of paranoia. But what exactly had I seen? No one followed me by car, that much was certain. Not in this weather. Was I only imagining things? An awful thought occurred to me. I tried my best to push it away, but it was irrepressible. Carla, Corey's girlfriend, the one I had pushed down the stairs, the one whose legs had splintered, and whose neck I had thought broken in the fall. I had taken her body and dropped it down into the deep abandoned well in my basement. I had assumed that she'd been dead. How could she not be dead? But the truth was that I wasn't fond of visiting that basement with its dark corners and cobwebs, and hadn't really checked on her after disposing of her. After all, even if she were still alive, there was little chance that she could have escaped a well, right? I looked out again towards the forest, towards that bleak, silent darkness. I wished that I could see some beauty in those long shadows, some inkling of comfort. Even as a kid, I'd never been able to figure out whether it was the emptiness of the dark that terrified me, or the idea that it wasn't empty, that there was something hidden within those dark shadows. Were the monsters in the shadows, I had wondered, afraid of the dark too? Oh, how I had hoped so. There was some comfort in that thought. It was when I turned back to head inside that I saw it again. That same dark, slanting shadow through the window. Before I could fully register what I was seeing or thought I saw, the lights flickered again and went out, leaving my cabin as dark as that forbidding forest. I think I stood there for a full minute in the freezing wind and snow, frozen not with the cold, but with sheer, uncomprehending dread. Fumbling for my flashlight, I shone its thin, wavering beam, but it really only extended a few feet past where I stood. At last, my steps heavy and unwilling, I headed towards the door as stealthily as I could, my eyes fixed on the dark window where I had spied that shadow. All the while, my imagination raced with awful, tantalizing possibilities. What the fuck would someone who had broken their legs and crawled out of a basement well almost a month ago even look like by now? I remembered her hideously sprawled legs and the broken sideways jaw, and felt my own lip curl. I should have strung her up like I'd strung up that lovely fellow of hers, I thought. I should have brightened her dark insides. As I felt my way back into the living room, flashing my light this way and that, it took a moment to study Corey's mangled body, his opened wounds and exposed, naked guts. Had it only been the shadow of his corpse that I had seen through the window? That certainly made more sense than the horrific image of a vengeful Carla climbing out of a 40-foot deep well. I put my hand on the wires that held Corey up, studying him to compare his shape to the shadow that I had seen. And that's when I heard it from behind the door that led to the basement. The little, rattling cough. What is happening is impossible, I told myself. Impossible! It makes no sense. And yet its impossibility somehow made me all the more convinced that what I feared was the truth. Trying to repress the trembling fear that seized me, I clutched my flashlight and headed towards the basement door. After a pause, I opened the door and forced myself to look down into that narrow corridor of darkness,
that led deeper down into a more absolute realm of lightlessness. And I forced myself to go down those stairs, and all the while I heard the winter storm buffeting the walls of the cabin and tried to put out of my head the image of that broken body sprawled spider-like at the foot of the stairs, now crawling towards me with its crooked, lopsided jaw and sightless eyes, once bright, now dark as a doll's eyes. One of Wayland Stacy Carver's last remarks the day before his execution kept echoing in my memory. He had said it to me during the end of our last visit, after I told him how he would smell after his roasting, and warned him that he would probably smell himself when the electricity penetrated him. Smell his insides cooking, you understand. I liked explaining these things to him. I liked seeing how he reacted to what would happen to him. Usually, he would tense up and blink at me, and I could sense his very being recoil from me in terror. But this time, he just looked at me and grinned a little.
You know, Mr. Wilburn, I'm right scared of what's about to happen to me. But I'm more afraid now of enduring another night like the ones that I've been through for this last year. Oh, the chair is bad, I don't doubt it. But the worst thing in all the world is the darkness and the silence and what a man's imagination can put into it. I've been seeing things, remembering things from my childhood that I never expected to recall. I've dreamt of things, too, that I never knew before. Things that must have crawled up from the depths of some hell that I only wish was part of some childhood memory. I think that we're all afraid of the dark, but I think that most of us can ignore it, block it, shut it out. I once could, before I came to this awful place.
I listened to him and knew that I never had that luxury. I was born with my fear, my darkness. It had always been part of me. I spoke softly to him. The light will make you all better. You won't be dark inside anymore. I don't know whether Carver ever realized that I was guilty of the crimes that he would go to the chair for, but he looked at me funny when I said that, kind of like that last malignant look that he gave me before I pulled the switch. Now, as I went down into the narrow darkness of the basement, his words returned to me, and I felt all the rage of embittered despair. In spite of all my precautions, all that I had done, it had come to this. The outer darkness had left the forest and had come into my home, come for me. I directed my flashlight this way and that, looking for any sign of life, listening for another rattling cough, if that was indeed what I had heard. I didn't even notice how close I had ventured to the circular edge of the well until I was right up against it. Though I tried to shine my light down there to see if I could make out Carla's corpse, my flashlight couldn't penetrate into that deep, swallowing darkness. It was like dropping a penny into a pool of black ink. I turned away, feeling dizzy, and just as I did, my flashlight's beam fell on what had been behind me. One glimpse of those two mad, unblinking eyes, and I had seen enough to feel my very nerves turn to ice. In my terrified haste to back away from their awful light, I lost my balance and tripped over the low brim of that uncovered well. Cursing in a low, panicked breath, I heard my flashlight fall and shatter as I desperately clung to the edge, trying to pull myself up out of the darkness. But the edge was too cold, too slippery, and my fingers were too wet with slick, terror-stricken sweat. I lost my purchase on the edge, and with my own scream echoing in my ears, I fell deep into the well. And fell, and fell. My drop into darkness seemed to last for an eternity. I saw nothing but infinite darkness, felt nothing but an occasional bruising collision with the well's narrow stone walls. I must have hit my head and fallen into a faint, because I remember awakening and feeling breathless panic as I opened my eyes and saw nothing. I put my hand out and felt the wall of the well only 3 feet away from my face. I tried to move, but my legs were twisted, shattered. Feeling about for my flashlight, I found its broken plastic fragments. But like me, it was beyond repair. There was no light left from that source. I looked up, but could see nothing but infinite darkness. The old terror began to build in me. The terror that had made me sob every night into my pillow as a kid. But now, it was overpowering, maddening, all-encompassing. There was no way out, no escape. I was trapped, absolutely. I heard something awful laughing, and it was only when I put my hand to my throat to stop myself from shaking that I realized that I was the one laughing. I listened, wondering if I would hear Carla above me moving about, if it had indeed been Carla that I had seen. Had I seen the two eyes of my crippled victim? Or had I only caught the silver gleam of the tools that hung on the wall of my basement? The pliers and knives that I had used to transform Corey into a being of light. I leaned back, listening, trying to comprehend what had happened. And as I did, I felt the shape of something beside me. There are some horrors that the mind can accept, can graft into its existing store of knowledge. And there are others that shatter the very process of thought, the very concept of wisdom gained by experience. And as I felt the broken face of Carla beside me and realized that she was absolutely and utterly dead, as I heard the wind above me howl, rattling the unsteady foundations that entombed me, with a sound that seemed for all the world like a woman's rattling cough, as I realized that all along there had been nothing to fear, nothing at all. And as I laughed with an insane, joyous relief, my mind began to fully comprehend my new reality at last, and my laughter turned to a choking scream, a plea for help from someone, anyone, even the monsters that hid themselves within the darkness, even the darkness itself. But for the first time that evening, the wind and the darkness did not reply.
Wow, that last one was really good too. These have all been really cool. I was like, oh, the last one's not gonna top that story.
Thank you, one and all, for listening to our Festive Frights. On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we wish you and yours a healthy and happy holiday season and a very happy new year. Now run along and enjoy the darkness of the winter night. This audio production is copyright 2016 by Creative Reason Media, Inc. All rights reserved. The copyrights for each story are held by the respective authors. No duplication or reproduction of this audio program is permitted without the written consent of Creative Reason Media, Inc.
Okay. bitch. Ugh. I do want to finish the lines of this, or try to, before we end it. I wonder if we can squeeze in another hour. Let me look at my video feed. That's a lot I have to that's a lot I have to edit later. Squeeze! Yes, yes. Well, I had this one pulled up. But I also... Oh, wait, no, that's a different one I was listening to. Where? I thought I had pulled up the other one you sent me. Hold on. Shh. Quiet. Let's try it again. One of them's the lonely miner. Oh, really? The mines, they call to me. Alright, sorry, I'm just, I'm getting my tabs moved in an orderly fashion. Before I start this, though, I'm gonna get up briefly. Lizord! I'm gonna get up briefly to stretch, because my back hurts a little bit, and I'll be right back. Okay, my hotkeys weren't... Oh, I'm dumb. It's F2. F1 is my BRB screen. I haven't been using my hotkeys in a minute. Because I usually just have OBS pulled open anyway. So I just, like, manually click the tabs myself. Okay. Turn the heater on. It's getting a bit chilly. I think it's just, like, it's my shirt that's making me hot. Because my legs and feet are cold. But the shirt I'm wearing is, like, trapping in the warmth. And I don't like it. But it has Bambi on it. So, like, I want to wear it. Oh, be quiet. Let me, hop in. Sorry. Chatception. Where's that bot? There you are. Get here. Okay. Here we go.
You really want to be better with your finances. You try to put money away in savings. You look for deals. You wrote out a budget once, a long time ago. Yet you still overdraft from time to time, and you...
You want to see? Let me see. Webcam stream. Bambi shirt. It is very cute. I like it a lot. Anyway.
Still have debt. The truth is, managing money is not easy, but Rocket Money can help. Rocket Money shows you exactly what you're spending every month. From there, the app helps you make a budget that meets your financial goals. The app even gives you real-time alerts when you're about to go over your budget, so you don't spend too much. With Rocket Money, you can also see all of your subscriptions at a glance, and cancel the ones you don't want right from the app. Rocket Money can even
Lord,
try
I
to get
be
you a refund
spending
for
too
some
much.
of the money you wasted. Plus, you can use the Smart Savings feature to start putting more money away. Rocket Money analyzes your accounts to determine the optimal time to stow away cash without going over your budget. Our members report that the Rocket Money app saved them more than $700 a year. Getting better with money doesn't have to be a pipe dream. Rocket Money can make it a reality. Go to rocketmoney.com/cancel or download the app from the Apple App or Google Play stores.
Speaking of spending too much.
Season 17 of the No Sleep podcast continues with episode 12. It doesn't take long for the horror to start.
And another thing.
It's
why
still on
earth
sale.
would I ask you for money?
Wait, what? Mr. Alt, are you still upset about what we discussed on our 500th episode?
Indeed I am, sir. For you to imply that I, David Alt, with this glorious British accent, would need money from an upstart like
Glorious
you
British
from the colonies?
accent?
I mean, the nerve.
Well, that's precisely it, David. Upstart. Upstart is the fast and easy way to pay off your debt with a personal loan. All online.
Of course. Whether it's paying off credit cards, consolidating high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 500,000 people have used Upstart to get one fixed monthly payment. That's perfectly clear.
And most of us can empathize about the dread you feel looking at your credit card statements. Trust me, you're not alone. Debt can feel crippling, but Upstart can help you on your path to financial freedom.
I feel like we're straying from my bone of contention, but, yes, Upstart knows you're more than just your credit score and is expanding access to affordable credit. Unlike other lenders, Upstart considers your income and current employment to find you a smarter rate for your loan.
With a 5-minute online rate check, you can see your rate up front for loans between $1,000 to $50,000. You can receive funds as fast as one business day after accepting your loan.
So, when you consider how quick and easy it is to refinance with Upstart, I ask you again, why would I need to borrow money from you?
How should I know? Maybe they raised the price of PG tips or crumpets or something.
Now, look
Wow.
here.
Oh, calm down, David. Dear sleepless friends, find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today.
Get
when you
his
go
ass,
to
David. Fuck him up.
upstart.com/no-sleep.
Crumpets?
That's
Crumpets.
upstart.com/no-sleep. don't forget to use our URL to let them know we sent you.
PG Tips!
And I should also mention that loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, income, and certain other information provided in your loan application.
I am apoplectic!
So go to upstart.com/nosleep.
I am about to show you what real horror looks like.
So are we. So brace yourself.
These are both
It's starting right
slam-coated. He's so mad.
In times long gone,
Lotus, don't
in
kick me.
days of yore, there are legends and tales of dark folklore. Round candlelight and fireside, the tales are shared, enchanting dark secrets in hushed tones declared. And from those days, both present and past, we beseech you now to brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast. The 17th cycle.
Let the sleepless tales commence, fellow travelers. I'm your guide, David Cummings. I would like to announce that A Woman Built by Man, the newest horror story anthology from publisher Cemetery Gates Media, has been released in print and ebook form. This fantastic collection is co-edited by friends of the show and contributors S.H. Cooper and Al Turpett, and created in conjunction with Olivia White, our content manager, who also provides the foreword and a story for the collection. It's a spooky collage of horror tales that seek to crawl under the skin and deconstruct the many ways women are built up and broken down by a patriarchal society, and the many ways they're finally saying, enough. Featuring 21 celebrated horror authors and striking cover art by Lorraine Hodge, who Olivia has instructed me to inform people is her mom. A Woman Built by Man is the perfect horror read to kick off 2022. Links to purchase can be found in the show notes. And speaking of notes, you'll never guess who I received correspondence from the other day. Remember Joanna, the reality-bending witch who almost ruined and ended my life in 2021? I've felt her specter looming over me since then, and I've known that one day she'd come back into my life. She did warn us of the dawn of the season of the witch, after all. I didn't expect her return to be like this, though. I'll read you the note. Dear David, I understand that I'm not your favorite person, but I need your help. I'm being pursued. The hourglass has fallen upon me. The goat is in the pasture screaming beneath 1,000 stars. The campgrounds are being salted. The tent is being pitched. 5 or 6 impaled on sticks. March on, unlucky +1. You understand. That's it. The whole note. What a crazy old witch. In our first tale, we hear someone at the door. Someone who wants in. Someone, or perhaps it's something. In this tale, shared with us by author Jack Cade, we're going to have to open up to see who or what is outside. Performing this tale is Erica Sanderson. So put your hand on the doorknob, begin to turn it, hear the hinges creak, and ask yourself, who could be waiting outside that's such a chatterbox?
They can stay out there. I don't want people.
By the chitter-chatter of my teeth, you will hear me. You'll be wrapped up and sleeping tight, don't let the bedbugs bite. While up the wooden hill I'll be a-creeping softly. Nobody's awake but you and me. I've made sure of that. I don't want to share you with anybody else. At first, I'll scratch against your door, the nails of my little toesies and handsies sharp and rasping like broken bottlenecks against the wood. My poor old bones will be a-rattling and a-shaking in the cold night air I've brought in with me, and the bellows in my chest that wheeze and creak like old oak trees will go up and down, with little clicks and clacks of dry leather in motion. I am so very lonely this side of the door, I will whisper to you through the keyhole. Let me in. I have no eyes to see, no tongue to taste, no ears to listen, but I will know that you are there. The little wooden box with the little paper scroll that sits inside me, with the 7 words upon it that give me life, burns like a red-hot brazier when you are close by. I feel a mercury quiver in my soul, a little warmth in my poor old wooden bones when you are near me. I cannot bear it when we are apart. You made me. Then when I no longer brought you pleasure or distraction, you abandoned me. You called me wicked when I ate the little chicks in their nest by the workshop. I gobbled them up one by one, their little feet still kicking as they went down. You locked me in the coal house for that, till the damp and the rain made my bones swell and my poor old joists and brackets ached with the cold. 7 days you kept me there. I could feel the woodworm and the rot begin to set inside me, as my teeth you made from seashells chattered till they sparked.
Ooh, seashells.
I begged and begged for you to let me out. Then when my voice began to fail, I whined like a dog for you. You didn't understand. I only wanted you to love me. You let me out, eventually. Far too long to be down in the dark, says I. You made me in the workshop, behind the great house, with a few words of old magic and the breath of life. You gave me no eyes to see, nor ears, nor a nose. But you gave me the most wonderful smile. A lovely set of pearly whites set in Indian rubber inside my little wooden head. I called you sir, and danced and spun to your delight. It was my only wish in those days to please you, though sometimes I spoiled things and made you angry. I did not mean to. You tired of my dancing after some months, and soon you took to locking me in the workshop at night. I longed for your attention. I craved your love. In my jilted fury at your indifference, I took to thieving and petty acts of violence against creatures who could not resist me. This was, I believed, the only way to make you notice me. A year went by, and still you punished me, locked me away and called me horrid. A beast, an abomination. I tried ever so to win your affection, to just make you notice me. And when the little prentice boy from the tannery went missing in the village, oh, you noticed me then. You saw me all right. In your workshop behind the great house, I swore to you that I never touched a hair on his lovely flaxen head. But you called me a liar, and you said you'd watched me skulking past the lanes behind the tannery yards, tasting the piss-soaked air that wafted about the yards like a greasy yellow fog. You pulled me down and set my head upon the iron vice. There you wrenched my jaws apart and scraped and tugged and rasped until you found it buried behind my gums. A little bonny blue button, the same ones the prentice boy wore on his overalls. You smashed my lovely white teeth with a mallet, till all but splinters hung from my soft rubber gums. You doused me in turpentine and pushed me into the fiery furnace, shutting the door as I tossed and turned and begged you and cried for mercy. I was a secret, a creature of old magic that must be burnt away to save the reputation of your name. None knew of my existence but you. In the hellfire of the furnace, I screamed as my bones turned to charcoal, though the air soon became soot-black and choking. I hit my brittle fists against the iron walls, but you did not hear me. Or perhaps you chose not to. I could feel the little box with the little scroll with the 7 words you'd written upon it begin to burn. The 7 words, each containing in them 7 letters, each one a sliver of my soul burning away. I didn't want to die. So I climbed up the great soot pipe of the furnace, up and rising with the smoke. I couldn't see, and I couldn't feel, but still I climbed, till I could taste night air. When I reached the top of the smokestack, I rolled out and down the slanting roof slates until I landed in the woodpile behind the workshop, the fire in my bones still smouldering. There I lay, for 3 days and 3 nights, until I crept off into the fields behind the great house, knowing that you would not follow me there. I was lost, and all alone in the world. It was cold out there among the rolling hills and blighted fields of gorse and blackthorn. I was hungry and frightened, though soon I learned the hardening ways of the wild woods, the old rules of tooth and claw and kill or be killed. I found that I could smell blood, or rather taste it at the back of my throat, like a drowning man tastes seawater. An iron and copper bite, a warm victual of red delight. In time, I made myself some new biters, some lovely pearly whites to replace the ones you broke. I took a handful from the jaws of a fox. The others were the bones of a wriggling pikefish, and when those broke, I took to sticking nails and broken glass and horrid thin needles into my raggedy gums. They were never as fine as the set you made me. I soon became a bad dream, a tricksy little goblin that followed lost travelers down lanes and across the hills. Nobody truly believed in me, but all the same, the people about the town locked their doors at night and barred the windows of their children's bedrooms. Not that it made any difference. I always find a way in. You see my new lovely pearly whites? Some of them belonged to people once. It is so easy once you know how to pull and tug until they come loose, no matter how much a person screams. I've come to show you them. Chatter, chatter. Can you hear them on the other side of the door? I know you can. They rip and tear lovely through the meat and marrow. I'm only a poor old bag of bones, but I knows how to butcher a beast, no matter what size. I know that soon you will need to sleep. Soon you will not have the strength to keep the door closed, and there is no other way out of that room. It is too high up, and the window too small for you to risk jumping. I can wait here forever. It is how you made me. Eternal life is what I have, and eternal patience. Soon, through hunger and thirst and madness, you will try to rush the door, to escape and take up arms against me. But you will find the other side of the door to be empty. I will not be there, but I will be somewhere in the great house. Maybe in the attic, or in the cellars, cooling my poor old bones against the casks of wine. Maybe I'll be in the secret room behind the old clock in the study, the one you never talk about, the one painted black on the inside, the one you take young ladies into, who never come out again. You'll think it was all a bad dream, and soon you'll be sleeping in your bed again. Then, in the dark, one silent night, you'll feel a cold wind against your skin, and with it, the smell of rotting wood and damp leather. In the dark, you'll hear a scuttling, a sound like old branches snapping. And then, you'll hear a chattering. Chitter-chatter, chitter-chatter. I'll eat you slow, or I'll eat you quick. Maybe I won't at all. I'll just sit at the end of your bed, my teeth a rattling and a shaking, popping, snapping, biting, cracking in my little wooden head. The sound will drive you mad, I think, before I even take a bite. I'm ever so lonely this side of the door. Let me in.
Why would you make something with its sole feature being a row of teeth? The fuck is wrong with you?
Ah, there's gold in them thar hills. Well, that's what they used to say. But now the hills no longer glitter. And in this tale, shared with us by author Alfred Rowdy, there's only coal left to recover. And when disaster strikes like a rogue pickaxe swing, everything is at stake. Performing this tale are Mick Wingert and Jesse Cornett. So when you're deep underground, don't give up hope. Pray for help. Surely something is around to hear the lament of the lonely miner.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. He was stupid to make something like that and not expect it to eat people.
I used to be an average man. I'd come to Colorado chasing gold, but a failed claim left me miserable and penniless. Fleeing the mountain winter, I found myself in Louisville, one of the countless coal mining towns sprang from the prairie's roughshod. It was the age of steel, and locomotives, and the world yearned to burn the bounty of coal brought forth from the depths below. The town was centered around a 4-story tipple that towered over the Acme mine. Skips full of shiny ore emerged from the shaft where the contraption of metal screens separated chunks of bituminous coal from the worthless cinder piled in a heap. The refuse smoldered with the remnants of fire suppressed, quietly crackling and entrenching the town with an acrid smoke. This was the view from my kitchen table, distorted through a cheap glass window. An admonition that a miner's work brings nothing more than grim survival. Unions were fast encroaching from the east, promising to elevate our prospects. But they had their own hazards. Lawmen opened fire with Gatling guns against a crew of striking workers at the Hecla mine a month prior. 3 miners lost their lives, and trust was in short supply. I turned to God instead. The congregation met every Sunday, listening to the preacher call for the salvation of our souls. We hoped the heavenly world beyond would deliver the promises left broken and rotten in this one. I met my wife on the chapel's lawn after the preacher's Ash Wednesday sermon. She was a country girl from a potato farm right outside of town, poor like me. But her smile was radiant when our eyes met that day, with grease smeared in a cross on our foreheads. Both of her parents had succumbed to consumption, and she yearned to start a family of her own. Her name was Evie, and we waited the 40 days of Lent before consummating our love in a frenzy. We married 2 months later at the same church. The preacher gave his blessing, and I vowed to support her with my labor. We grew into a daily rhythm. I left for the mine at sunrise, she tended to the household, and we shared a few hours of leisure before bed. I pulled on my boots and left our company home through the front door. Outside, a layer of cinder ash covered the snow, turning the town pinkish brown. The mine entrance was past the burning waste heap, and the streets were filled with workers solemnly trudging through the cold. I shuffled in line with the others for my place in the elevator. We pressed shoulder to shoulder and back to front in the enclosure. A horn sounded before the cable unspooled from the pulley wheel and the metal cage began to sink into the earth. 180 feet to the level I was working, and nearly half a mile sideways to the edge of the drift. The light from the surface grew smaller as we descended past deserted levels, their rich bitumen denuded in years past. The cage crunched to a halt at the bottom, and somebody swung the rusty door. Men spilled into the tunnel, their lard lamps casting dimly on the low walls. Water seeped from the rock and collected in a stream running in the center of the tunnel. I marched through the damp corridors towards my destination, a prospecting drift at the end of the level where we were testing the direction and limits of the coal seam. Timber supports held the ceiling of the tunnel, but their frequency declined approaching the seam. A snowstorm in the mountains was preventing resupply from the timber trains, and each new beam had to carry twice the load. I met my crewmate where the supports ended. We called him Bag Man, for the index and ring fingers he'd lost in a botched demolition. We each nodded our heads towards the other and got to work. The rock face was pockmarked with drill holes. A single chalk X marked the location of the final bore. I heaved the iron drill to the rock and held it in place, while Bang Man struck the blunt end with a sledge. The sound of the drill reverberated through the cavern as it bit into the rock. I rotated the drill a quarter turn and repeated the process. The effort continued for a dozen minutes before we reached the flange indicating the correct bore depth. I fetched the explosives from a crate and unwrapped the wax paper around each before inserting the charges into the holes. Bangman followed me, checking the placement, capping the holes, and gathering the fuses. He demanded to verify every demolition arrangement since the accident that took his fingers. Once he was satisfied, we retreated from the drift face, stretching the detonation cords around the corner to a small alcove. Bangman pulled a match from his shirt pocket and struck it against the wall. Flame illuminated his dirty fingers as he lit the fuse. It sparked, and a glowing ember fizzled across the cord, around the corner, and toward the charges buried in the rock. We cowered in the shelter, waiting for the blast. I felt the familiar queasiness in the pit of my stomach. The anticipation lingered, then suddenly and violently, a wave of destruction swept past. First came the percussion, and then a rush of air, followed by a cloud of dust, and finally, the noxious smell of black damp. We left the alcove to see our work successful. Rubble piled on the floor and fresh fractures in the face. We began to clean up the debris, lifting and shoveling slack into the skip until it was full to the rim. My crewmate walked toward the shaft to find the hoist cable for the skip. I turned my attention to the exposed coal where fractures had spread in a web across the seam. I attacked the ore with a pickaxe. Fist-sized pieces of coal satisfyingly crumbled from the wall. Aiming for a fracture at face level, the tip of my axe struck a soft spot, and the crack expanded upwards. I took a step back and swung harder. The axe sunk further, and the square block of coal fell at my feet. I pulled the axe out, and the fracture spread all the way to the ceiling as it retracted from the rock. The line in the wall looked peculiar, traveling behind the edge in a way that I had not seen before. A rock fell from the ceiling, and I jumped sideways to dodge it, dropping the axe and falling to the wet floor. The crack ripped across the ceiling above me. I craned my neck toward the skip and watched in disbelief as the fissure grew to meet the nearest timber beam. Beneath the timber, Bangman was struggling to attach the hoist cable to the skip. The deep rumble following the fissure was enough to shift his attention to the roof. He froze in place, eyes wide as saucers staring at his doom. I did not have time to call out. He turned to run, but was trapped. The timber splintered, and rock came crashing down until the tunnel was sealed. Echoes of crumbling rock and falling gravel continued afterwards. mangled leg attached to a bloody boot was the sole remnant I saw of Bangman. I bypassed the gore to inspect the fallen ceiling. It was impenetrable on all sides.
Help! Can anyone hear me?
The rock trapped my voice, not allowing it to escape from the chamber. I retrieved the drill we'd been working with minutes earlier and thrust it into the space between two boulders, pressing all my weight against the iron lever. It did not budge. Frantically, I stabbed the drill against the slack pile over and over, searching for a weak spot. The tool slid into a cavity, and I grunted as I pried a piece of stone off to reveal an opening. Peering into the void, I could see nothing. I brought the lard lamp closer. Thin fingers of light fled through the gap and illuminated the face of Bangman on the other side. Revolted, I sprang backwards and retched. The dead man was looking directly at me through the gap in the rock. In place of his left eye was a raw red hole where I had stabbed his head with the drill.
Ooh.
I quickly extinguished the lamp. I could not bear to see the dead man's face any longer. A total blackness few men have experienced sank into every corner of that chamber. It felt heavy and oppressive, and the air reeked of bile. Utterly alone and afraid, I began to pray aloud. Lord, please forgive me. I have not led a perfect life, but I have tried to live by your name. I receive the sacrament and I follow your word. I beg that by your grace I will see my wife Evie again, for she makes me whole. If that is not to happen, then I ask for the salvation of my soul in the everlasting. Hours or days passed while I awaited rescue. Time was inscrutable in this coffin devoid of all light and sound. I sensed the grisly gaze of the dead man staring at me from beyond the rock. I saw flashes of light, pink, white, and green, but knew they were imaginary. When the silence became overwhelming, I tried to recite the Lord's Prayer, but the words were all jumbled. Our Father of heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom came and left me in silence, and your will be done beneath the earth as it is in heaven. Give me this day my daily penance, and forgive me my sins, as we forgive them that leave us to rot. Lead us not into sunlight, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the darkness, forever and ever. Amen. More time passed, and I lost the ability to distinguish between sleep and wakefulness. I dreamed in both, until the stillness was unexpectedly broken by a raspy voice.
I am here to help you.
Where are you?
I am everywhere, and I am nowhere. The same as your current condition.
Who are you? What do you want? The chamber remained in the deepest black.
You have prayed for me, and I have listened. Your preacher has taught you
okay.
the importance of the salvation of the soul. I can save your soul. Would you like me to do that?
I began to weep. Tears tears running down my cheeks in the darkness.
Yes, please. Save my soul. I will give everything for your grace.
Then it is done. Your soul is saved. I have only one ask of you now. This place, this darkness beneath the earth, it is sacred to me. I ask for you to cherish it in the same way that I do. I ask you to stand guard in this place forever.
The tunnels of the Acme mine remain below Louisville, as does the bargain I made that day. My soul has grown weary, saved long ago. I have become lonely, and that loneliness has turned to sorrow, and that sorrow is turned into a vengefulness I cannot escape. Sometimes the earth rumbles, and I dream of a sinkhole opening to the sky above. But I awake in rage within my silent tomb, condemned to reign over this darkness for eternity.
Well, shit, that is like the opposite of what I wanted.
Authors and storytellers can spring from all kinds of backgrounds. Video game developers, legal secretaries, soldiers, stable hands. You never know who might secretly possess a way with weaving words. But in this tale, shared with us by author Andrew Hughes, we meet a man whose storytelling prowess may be under threat. Performing this tale are Andy Cresswell, James Cleveland, and Penny Scott Andrews. So let's sit back and allow him to seduce us with his silver tongue, reel us in, and lead us down into the cellar.
Carl's origin story, oh shit!
As with every night for the past 2 moons, Jocelyn took the carriage into town to delight the inhabitants of the Black Dog Tavern. Previously known around town as the Half-Foot Fool, when Jocelyn first had entered the tavern with a moleskin notebook clutched in his pudgy hands, the owner of the establishment had only allowed him to read as a lark. The drunkards and harlots had fallen quiet, awaiting a good laugh. But no one chortled as the poetic prose flowed from his lips. That night, as with every night, when the story was finished, the room had erupted in a chorus of applause. Men had shaken his hand, their eyes glossy with tears of admiration. Women had wept and clung to his cloak. He used to blush in embarrassment at their adoration. He was once just a simple stable hand, and had never known a woman's touch or a man's appreciation. But slowly, he became accustomed to their praise, and now he bathed in it as he drank and shouted out his tales. That night, when he finished reading and returned the notebook to his cloak pocket, the men applauded and the women rushed forward, all except for one. Jocelyn saw her through the throng, the beauty, the angel, the golden-haired goddess in the evergreen gown. She sat at the farthest table, leaned back in a chair, running her long pink nails around the mouth of her flagon. Her lips were pursed in wry amusement. She appeared unimpressed. Josson pushed his way past the lustful women and shouting men, and stumbled to her table. She watched his approach, and any words he might have conjured in defense of his work vacated his thoughts. His knees went weak, and he leaned against her table for balance. The mead in her flagon swirled, then settled.
Good evening, m'lady.
M'lady?
Did you enjoy the reading?
The woman smirked, then picked up her drink and brought it to her thin, pink lips. She drained it in a single swallow, and Josson watched as it flowed down the smoothness of her throat. There seemed to be light emanating from her very presence. He averted his eyes and kicked himself for being foolish enough to approach someone of such high blood. Her voice flowed like velvet.
It was good, but it was not what I searched for.
The woman stood.
Please, what is it you seek?
The woman smiled and placed her fingertips upon his forehead.
My name is Ghastly, and I'm searching for the best tale ever told. I have traveled far to reach this town because I've heard rumor of you, Josson, but it appears they were mistaken.
She removed her fingers and took a step towards the door.
No, please.
He clasped his hands.
Let me read for you again tomorrow night. I will bring my very best work.
She smiled, and her teeth glowed as white as fresh milk.
Perhaps.
With that, she seemed to float across the barroom and out the door. Josson hurried to the bar and had the tavern owner hail the carriage. There was no time for drinking and whoring tonight, and the owner gave him the sack of coins for his work. When the carriage arrived, Josson slipped out the back, gave the driver a handful of coppers, and told him to ride fast. The driver uncoiled his whip, and they galloped through town. Josson pressed his face to the carriage window and searched for Ghastly, but she was nowhere to be seen. And when they passed onto the dirt road that led to his shack, he leaned back and began to plan. He had a long night of work ahead. It would be hard work indeed, drawing out a story divine enough to enthrall her. When the carriage arrived, he bid the driver good night and shuffled to the door. There was no lock on his front entrance, for no one would think to rob a place so ramshackle. There were no gutters, and sections of the roof had caved in. Inside, the floorboards had rotten, and rats had chewed holes in his straw bed. Some night, when he lay upon it, he could feel them moving within. Josson tossed the sack of coins upon the rickety kitchen table, then found a candle and matches. When the wick was lit, he strode to the wolfskin rug that lay beside the cooking pot. Kneeling, he yanked it back and revealed the trapdoor. 6 iron locks held it in place. Josson removed the keys from his pocket and twisted them one after another. Each fell away with a soft thunk, and he lifted the wood slab. Below, stone steps stretched into the blackness. A cool draught tickled the flame, casting flickering shadows as Josson descended. He whistled as he walked. When he emerged in the musty cellar, Josson set the candle on the workbench amongst the hammers, the pliers, and the spikes.
I told another one tonight.
He clutched his notebook in one hand and stepped forward. The candlelight fell upon his back, casting a dark shape upon the wall.
There was a woman there. The most beautiful being to ever grace this land. But she wasn't impressed. I may have another chance, though. I need you to do better this time.
The creature hung where Josson had left it, its arms splayed out and affixed to the wall by chains. Its wings were pressed against the stone tight enough that they could not flutter. The creature was humanoid in shape, but far too small. The size of a child rather than any grown thing. The evergreen corset it had worn when Jocelyn had found it sleeping by the lake was torn to a loincloth that obscured its groin. But its skin was still a rich tan, despite being locked in the dark for weeks. As with every night, the previous wounds had healed, leaving no scars or traces of blood. The creature's eyes were pinched shut, and the rag was still in place, threaded through its mouth and tied behind its pointed ears.
You can't hold out on me this time. She's searching for the greatest story ever told.
Jocelyn dragged a stool across the dirt. He placed it in front of the creature and sat down.
I'm in love, and I need something truly perfect.
No, you're
for
not.
her.
Air flowed from the creature's nostrils, but still it averted its eyes. The lids pinched shut so tight that its forehead quivered. Jocelyn reached out and pulled the rag from the creature's mouth.
Come now, don't hold out. If you tell me a good story, maybe I'll take you for a walk.
The creature did not budge.
Always the hard way.
He stood, went to the bench, and picked up a hammer and a handful of spikes.
Don't forget,
She may
I
sell
gave
me.
you the chance to be nice.
Jocelyn started with a blow to its claw-like hand. The creature squirmed. He struck harder, cracking the fingers. The creature screamed, but did not open its eyes. For hours, Jocelyn went through his tools, driving spikes through limbs, clipping off claws, tearing off chunks of flesh. Finally, as he sawed through its wing with a jagged blade, the creature opened its eyes, and black tears flooded down from its golden pupils. Jocelyn dropped the saw, dove for his notebook, and placed it beneath the creature's pointed chin. As the tears struck page, they transformed into floral, looping writing. And as it sobbed on and on, the story spun forward of knights and princesses and high adventure upon distant mountain slopes. Sucking in breath, his arms quivering from their exertion, Jocelyn read the story as it unfolded. Soon he was crying too, for it truly was more beautiful than anything he could ever have fathomed. When the final tear fell and blossomed into the end, Jocelyn closed his notebook and slid it into the breast pocket of his cloak.
Thank you.
He shoved the gag back in the creature's mouth and cinched it tight. The golden eyes glared at him, and Jocelyn ruffled its evergreen hair.
This is truly your best work yet.
He picked up the candle, now only a nub, went back upstairs, and fell upon the straw bedding. Outside, birds chirped, and the sun rose, ushering in a new day. As he fell asleep, Jocelyn's mouth perked in a grin, for those pages held his destiny. When he woke, late the next day, he ate a quick meal of venison and cabbage stew, then reread the story. Again, it brought tears to his eyes, and he kissed the parchment. This was his masterpiece. As night descended, purple, then black, he donned his best breeches and shirt. When he heard the drumbeat of hooves upon the dirt path, he checked the locks on the cellar, covered it once more with the wolf pelt, and went outside to meet the carriage. The tavern was packed that night, as more outsiders piled in to bear witness. Jocelyn made his way through the crowd to the stool in the corner of the room. The crowd fell silent as he climbed to his seat. The notebook felt rough in his sweaty fingers. He cleared his throat and searched the sea of faces, but Gesley was not amongst them. His heart throbbed, and his mouth ran dry. The crowd began to murmur. Then someone shouted out, "Get on with it already!" there was a chorus of jeering support. Jocelyn sighed, his hopes as beaten as a hunting trail, and began to read. The story followed a young knight as he fled a bloodied battlefield in search of his love, Susanna. Across scorched fields and burning cliffs, he searched for her. Fighting dragons and demons and trolls, he searched for her. Until finally, he returned home alone, to find her ghost waiting for him. As the story ended, there was not a dry eye in the tavern. And when he read the final words, the crowd cheered and pounded their hands together so hard, pain flashed across their faces. They showered him with coin, and women reached for him, yearning to drown him in kisses and perfume. Men bowed and shouted for an encore, but Jocelyn stuffed the story into his cloak pocket and pushed his way through the throng, his head cast down. Before he could reach the door, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and her velvet voice flowed into his ear.
That was true beauty.
Jocelyn turned, and there she was, more heavenly than before, donned in a white gown fit for a priest's blessing of matrimony. Gesley leaned down and brushed her lips across his ear.
Take me with you.
The carriage rode fast through the night. Gesley stroked her hand through his hair, and Jocelyn felt the point of her nails brush his neck. He studied her and stammered for words.
I did not think you had come.
Gesley leaned back upon the wooden bench and smiled as she looked out at the passing forest.
How could I have forsaken such potential? You had me last night, but I had to be sure it was not a fluke. You truly are the most talented storyteller I've ever bore witness to.
And now you're going in my basement.
How can one be so kind, yet so beautiful?
Gesley
This is how Brit's art makes me feel. Oh.
Only for you.
They arrived at the shack, and Jocelyn gave the carriage driver a silver coin. He thudded down upon the muck and offered his hand to Gesley. She took it, and he led her down the steps and in through the door. Jocelyn rummaged around the shack, lighting every candle he could find until the room was as luminous as a shrine. Gesley studied the shabby decor.
It is not much.
Jocelyn produced a bottle of mead and 2 clay cups.
But perhaps once the printing press arrives, I may buy a home in town.
I think you should.
Gesley eyed the wolfskin rug.
For the two of us, and whomever we may create.
Oh, yes. Whatever you desire.
And this?
Gesley outstretched her hands.
Is where you pen your stories?
Yes. Yes.
Jocelyn strained, twisting the bottle. Finally, the cork came free. He poured the 2 mugs.
This is where I write my stories.
Gesley strode forward, picked up one of the mugs, and downed it.
Then I need to see what more you can do.
She pressed her hands against his chest and pushed him backwards. Stumbling, Jocelyn landed upon the straw bedding. Within, the rats squeaked. Before him, Gesley brought her long nails to the straps of her dress. Jocelyn gulped, clutched his chest, and felt the notebook in his pocket. Gesley pulled the straps to the side, and the dress fell away. Thin, porous wings sprouted from her back, filling the room. Her face elongated and contorted, her ears growing points. Her pupils glowed with golden fire, and when she spoke, her voice was a booming thunderclap that made the mausoleum of candles flicker.
Where is my daughter?
Jocelyn screamed and pushed further onto the bedding. One long, clawed arm shot out, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him into the air. His stubby legs quivered as her grip closed around his windpipe. Geslay's mouth gaped wide, exposing pointed teeth.
Tell me now!
Jossen's vision swirled with the white, flickering candlelight. He raised one pudgy hand and pointed at the rug. Gesley hurled him at the pelt, and he landed hard enough to crack the floorboards. He tried to crawl away, pulling the pelt with him and exposing the locks, when a clawed foot dug into his back and pinned him to the ground.
Open it!
Jossen struggled beneath the grip, slunk a hand into his pocket, and produced the keys. He unlocked them, one by one. When the last metal lock fell aside, Gesley reached down, wrenched the trapdoor open, and tossed him into the black. Jossen fell hard, struck his head upon the stone, and descended into a pit of unconsciousness. When he woke, his vision spun. He attempted to move his hands, but they were held tight by metal braces. Jossen blinked through the pane and caught a single glimpse of light pouring down from the opening in the floor. In the beam, he saw two silhouettes hovering on fluttering wings. Then the trapdoor fell, the lock clicked, and his world was consumed by black. The end.
That was awesome.
We're gonna get out of the cellar and take a quick break. Atticus, it's your line. No, Atticus, you're supposed to say, "Hey, boss, is there anything I can help you with today?"
I'll be right there.
Good gracious, man, your chest has been ripped open. Why didn't you tell me you were injured?
I'm fine. Just let me get my script.
You're not fine, you need help.
Nonsense. I'm a professional. I can do this.
Atticus, come on. You have to look after yourself. Stop acting so tough and get help.
Hey, boss? Is there anything...
Stop it. Look, man, there is nothing wrong with reaching out for help when you need it. Too many of us try to tough it out and struggle with life's problems instead of turning to professionals, like the professional therapists at BetterHelp.
There it is!
Help me?
Well, obviously not with a gaping chest wound, but they would be able to help you talk through the emotional issues which make you ignore such a serious injury.
I'm feeling woozy.
Of course you are. Look, BetterHelp is the kind of affordable and accessible help so many of us need. Not for a serious crisis and not for some self-help stuff, but when you need help, you can reach out from anywhere at any time and connect with a trained therapist who is matched for your specific needs.
Better get help?
That's right. Better get the help you need with BetterHelp. They want you to start living a happier life today. There, that's good. You rest for now. But for everyone else, you can visit betterhelp.com/nosleep. That's better H-E-L-P. And join the over 1 million people who have taken charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp, and No Sleep listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/nosleep. Right, Atticus? Oh well. It's time to get back to the horror and discover what we do in the shadows. Imagine a world in which you're not complete until a partner has been chosen for you. Incorporeal, intangible, untouchable, watched over by mothers and courted by suitors, but merely a shadow of your eventual self. And in this tale, shared with us by author Faith Pierce, we're forced to confront the fear of being incomplete for all time, and the possibility of a fate worse than that. Performing this tale are Sarah Thomas, Nicole Doolin, Matthew Bradford, Kyle Akers, and Peter Lewis. So let's hope you find a match. Let's hope you can become complete. Otherwise, you'll find yourself bodiless.
I was 12 when I saw it for the first time. It was lying motionless, covered with a blanket up to its shoulders.
Do you see that, Grace?
Mother Jessica spoke with pride in her voice.
That's your body. Your gift. When you find your match, of course.
We were in a long hospital room with narrow beds lining the walls, curtains drawn tight around each bed except mine. Mother Jessica had glanced around to make sure we were alone, sharp eyes sweeping the room for the 10th time since we'd entered, before she finally moved aside the curtains of the bed that held my body. I didn't know what to say. I offered a non-committal half-smile up at her.
Would you like me to uncover it?
Her expression was strange and unreadable as she looked down at me. Not discouraging, yet not inviting either. No. I shook my head as the blush crept up my neck. She smiled then, like I had passed some invisible test, and began closing the curtains around my body.
I understand.
She turned to walk back down the corridor aisle, her tapping heels echoing through the room while my feet moved silently beside her.
It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Don't worry. It won't be too bad once you have it. When you're with the right person.
I wondered what Mother Jessica's right person had been like. If he had been kind, if he made her laugh, if she missed him. He was dead now, of course, but it was hard to imagine her ever having been around a man, touching him, being touched by him. I'd only ever seen her with girls like me, her arms held so close to her own solid body, it seemed impossible that even air could fit into the space between them. I was 16 when the courting started. Groups of boys, laughing and putting hands over the sides of their mouths to whisper to each other as they were led through the school and seated in rows before us, the Glimmer Girls. They brought noise into our quiet world, rustling clothes and thudding boots, slamming doors and scraping chairs. But they would all fall silent and subdued when the mothers caught their eyes and glowered. All except one, my first year. He would return the mother's meaningful gazes, and he would smile, unabashed and sincere, until they had no choice but to offer a reluctant, tolerant twist of their lips in return. This one was nothing special to look at, with freckles and a large nose, but it was that smile and the joy that radiated from him that made me love him. And so I waited, tolerating conversations with the other boys who showed up each year, and patiently watching as the other girls were spoken for and left the school in troves. I was 19 when my freckled, big-nosed boy asked for another girl's hand.
Aww.
I stayed in the dorm room for a month after that, refusing to meet with other boys, too broken-hearted to think of the consequences. Another Glimmer girl tried to comfort me, told me the man who eventually chose me would be the right one because he chose me, and that my freckled boy couldn't have been because he didn't. I was 20 when they said it was time to leave the school.
It's not that there isn't still time for you. We will continue to arrange meetings with young men who might be late in making their choices, Or maybe a widower. But we don't keep young ladies at the school after 20. There's nothing else for us to teach you, you see. And we have to focus on the younger girls.
Where will I go? There were stories about where unmatched shadow women went. The nicer stories had a special school, sad and lonely, but safe. Others claimed we would be put out on the street to fend for ourselves, or kept as examples for younger girls to mock, or sold to collections for lewd men to leer at in dark mansions. I thought up another possibility on my own. One I didn't mention to the other girls because I was too afraid it was true, and it crawled around my mind at night when there were no laughing girls or kindly mothers to make it ridiculous. I thought I would be sent nowhere at all. Maybe the mothers had a way of disposing of their unsuccessful students. My soul would be erased from existence, my empty body tossed into a hole. As if my thoughts were as transparent as my shadowy form, she said,
None of the stories are true. We have lovely homes for unmatched young ladies. You'll still have a mother to help take care of you and keep you safe. There won't be so many of us, but you'll be more independent. Doesn't that sound nice?
I tried to keep my lip from trembling. I had never been outside the school grounds. That was supposed to happen only when I had been given my body. It wasn't something to be faced as a helpless shadow. I knew there was no use, but I couldn't keep from blurting out,
Why can't I just have it? Why can't I have it for myself?
Mother Jessica looked abashed.
That is absolutely out of the question.
Not to go out into the world without a mate. But I could stay here and learn to be a mother like you. I could be useful.
She was shaking her head vehemently.
Ladies may not have bodies for themselves. They are a gift for your mate. You do not have a mate, and therefore have no one to give it to.
Strongly disagree.
Frankly, knowing you harbor ideas like this, I'm beginning to understand why.
I'm not trying to be improper, but...
That is enough. I will not hear another word about this.
Silence fell, and she waited, making sure I would not continue arguing. I didn't. I stared at my hands, tears running down my face.
Now, you are leaving for your new home tomorrow. As I said, we will continue trying to help you find a mate. If you behave and are agreeable, and trust the process, I'm sure you'll earn your body in no time.
The house
like
was
that.
a two-room cottage outside of town, tucked away from the rest of the world with a high fence. One room for the shadow women, and one room for our bodies, laid out in bunk beds, no longer kept in sacred shrines. There were more than a dozen of us staying there, with one harried Mother Adelaide to care for our bodies, to keep us supplied and entertained as well as she could, and to chaperone when the not-so-young men came to visit. These men had none of the bravado and good humor of the boys who visited our school. These men were sad, often angry about being sent to the house of cast-offs for being too old or too poor or undesirable in other ways. They came into the house with an air of having been wronged, full of entitled righteousness. I had no patience to match their ill temper with agreeableness, and so the dozen shadows rotated while I remained to haunt the sad little house. I was 23 the first time I saw a solid person that wasn't either a mother or someone accompanied by a mother. I was alone in the yard. I had heard groups of children in the houses next door many times before then, but I had never seen them. Now, the first time I stayed behind, when Mother Adelaide and the others went to the monthly service held especially for shadow women, it appeared, like it had been waiting for an opportunity. It peered at me over the high fence as I strolled through the yard, and I started. I wanted to demand, "Who are you?" But my voice caught in my throat. I gaped at the small face. It belonged to a boy of 12 or 13, and he grinned at me.
You're a nothing girl.
It wasn't a question. Boy! So I didn't answer. I heard other voices begin chattering excitedly through the fence, and gathered that they had manufactured some kind of platform to see.
You want to catch these hands?
He kept grinning.
We saw those others leave. You all by yourself, lady?
I glanced back toward the house, wanting to lie, but knowing he wouldn't believe me. I shrugged. Before I knew it, he had been given a boost, hopped over the fence, and stood in front of me. I gave a strangled cry and leapt back, but he was followed by 3 other boys in quick succession. They formed a semicircle before me. I had never talked to boys like these. I had never talked to any solid human at all without a mother around to supervise. 2 of the boys were taller and looked a little older than the first boy, the leader. 1 was smaller. They stood staring at me, brazen. To my shock, the leader stuck his hand out and ran it through my waist, something no one had ever done to me my entire life. I gasped and stumbled back as he chuckled.
Ha! Awesome.
They can't hurt you, I reminded myself. That's the whole reason you don't have your body. You're safe. My stomach flipped at his next words.
So, is it true?
He inched closer to the house.
Is your real body in there?
No, I said, too fast. He gave a wicked grin and sprinted toward the house, his companions close behind, hooting and laughing as they went. No! I followed them, but was helpless to shut the door or lock them out even if they hadn't gotten there first. I found them in the room with the bodies, staring around in open wonder.
Stop! You have to leave. You have to. Someone will come back. You're not supposed to be here. You can't do this. It's against the rules.
I was praying that they wouldn't notice my body, that looking at the dozen empty women lying there would be enough to satiate whatever mad desire brought them here, and they would leave. But the leader followed my gaze and lighted on my body, covered to the shoulders, and his lips curled.
This you, huh?
He jabbed his finger into its shoulder. I cried out as though in pain, though I couldn't feel it. I had never seen anyone touch my body, ever. Only the mothers were allowed, and they did it in privacy, with the utmost respect, we were told. He laughed at my reaction, and the other 3 clustered around, mischievous energy coursing through them as they bounced on the balls of their feet and twisted their fingers in anticipation. One of them pinched its cheeks and pushed them up into a ghoulish smile.
Look, she's happy to finally get a little attention.
Another ran his fingers through its hair, then pulled it and watched my face for a reaction. He must have liked what he saw there, my frozen horror, because he yanked it again and laughed. Then, in one sudden motion, the first boy ripped the cover from the body. I screamed and covered my face. How could the first time I saw it be like this?
Please! This is against the rules!
But I was drowned out by their laughs and howls of amusement. None of the rules designed to protect me were working, and I knew then that I must have brought it on myself. My stubborn refusal to follow tradition and find a mate, my foolish whim to stay home alone that day. Mother Adelaide had given me a disapproving frown when I asked if it was allowed, but shrugged her shoulders and left without me. Through the humiliation and terror,
Lotus,
a harsh voice
hush.
bit at me. You deserve this.
Oh, wow.
The children's hands began to travel over the inert form, squeezing and prodding, turning it over on its side and exploring every crease. One of them pulled a marker out of his pocket and began drawing obscene scrawls over the stomach, arms, and breasts as I wept.
What the hell is going on here?
A man's booming voice cut through the room, and we all jumped, the marker clattering to the ground. I turned and saw through my wretched tears a man, tall and bearded, maybe 40.
What the hell are you kids doing?
We were just messing around.
Shame on you. Get the hell out of here now. Be glad I'm not calling the authorities.
The boys fled, leaving us alone in the room. The man standing awkwardly in the doorway while I collapsed, falling to my trembling knees and trying to comfort myself that at least it was over. He waited several moments before asking,
Are you all right, miss?
I rose shakily and tried to compose myself. I think so. He stood watching me in awkward silence, and I remembered myself enough to whisper, "Thank you." He nodded.
I always thought it was a shame how they treat women like you. Left with so little protection, no way to keep a body safe.
I couldn't find the words to answer, and my throat was thick, my shadow body shaking, so I only nodded. I couldn't stop staring at the exposed flesh, streaked in marker and dirt from the boy's hands, and I wanted to beg for him to cover it up, but I was too embarrassed, as though acknowledging the naked body would make it real. Then I lifted my eyes to his face and decided it would be better, much better, if he would just leave. Please leave. Because his eyes had begun darting from my shadowy figure to the solid body beside him, and in those eyes was something hungry. "Our mother will be home soon," I said, and my voice was false and desperate.
Such a shame.
He spoke as though he hadn't heard me.
Man, fuck
His voice had shifted.
off.
A new note of falseness and greed.
These poor bodies just left here. No use at all.
His eyes lifted to meet mine then, and I couldn't speak. Could only stare back at him in terror.
I could help you. I could keep it safe.
No.
He moved toward my body and didn't seem to expect a response. Didn't seem to care what the response would be. I watched in stunned silence as he carefully wrapped it and lifted it into his arms.
It would be far safer with me than here, with so many other bodies to care for.
He moved slowly toward the door with my body, and now he was watching me, waiting to see if I would protest. And my mind screamed for something to say that could make him stop. But the objection rose to my lips and died there. It wasn't really mine to fight for, had never been mine, and now would never be mine. And maybe he was right. Maybe this was another way of being chosen. A terrible way that nobody had bothered to warn me about. The real story of what happens to unmatched shadow women. The neck rested securely in the crook of his arm, and I watched the head loll back over his elbow, hair swaying down his side. He turned, and the body's feet brushed the doorframe with a harsh knock, concrete and substantial. They had never worn shoes. I had never held a pair in my hands and bent over to tuck feet into them, felt the tight security of limbs encased in tangible warmth. My eyes stayed glued to those dangling feet as he left. I wondered if he would put shoes on them.
Oh my god. That was a loaded one. Whew. Yeah, that wasn't even scary. That was just dark. That was really dark.
As the fires wane and embers glow, our stories cease as shadows grow. The night is long and darkness deep. Remain with us. Embrace no sleep. The No Sleep podcast is presented by Creative Reason Media. The musical score was composed by Brandon Boone. Our production team is Phil Mikulski, Jeff Clement, and Jesse Cornett.
Yeah.
Our creative content manager is Olivia White. Our editor-in-chief is Jessica McAvoy. I'm your host and executive producer, David Cummings. If you would like to find out how you can hear the extended editions of our audio program, please visit thenosleeppodcast.com to learn about our season pass program. 25 episodes, each over 2 hours long, and 3 exclusive bonus episodes.
Nah, we can't end on that. We need to find a short one somewhere.
On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we thank you.
I have a short one. I've been thinking about this one a lot. I listened to it twice, actually. Haunted Retirement Room? I can do that after this one. Yeah.
Amazon 5
Hastily amended to a disgruntled
I know it's only...
Oh my god, okay.
Thought that, as he seemed to be suggesting, we might be there.
I wish there was a better way I can, like, sift through this. Nailed it.
When you become a huge star in the world of horror, there are countless fans who adore you. Take my word for it. No, I'm no star. I mean, take it from me as I've learned from this tale, shared with us by author Matea Heller. In it, we meet a woman who's a huge fan of the young star of a killer horror franchise. A fan who tries very hard to reach out to the starlet. Performing this tale is Tanya Milosevic. So keep those fan letters coming, but stick to just writing them. And make sure you begin them with, Dear Jennifer.
Dear Jennifer, hi! This is the first time I've ever written to someone famous before, so it might sound a little dumb. I got your address from Heartthrob magazine. My best friend, Tabby, said I should write to Jonathan Taylor Thomas, but I really wanted to write to my favorite actress. I'm 11, like you, and my favorite food is pizza, same as yours. What's it like to be in a horror movie? I've seen Pumpkin Slayer 1 and 2 so many times that the videotape wore out on 1, and I had to beg my mom to get me another copy. She said maybe for my birthday, which is coming up on September 1st, only a few days before yours. You'd probably never be free to just show up at a birthday party of a kid you don't even know, but I thought I'd throw it out there, in case. Anyway, were you ever scared when the Pumpkin Slayer tried to kill you? I know it's only a movie, but I bet it could be really freaky. It was so crazy in Pumpkin Slayer 2 when you found out that the Pumpkin Slayer was actually your missing dad. I guess I have to wait till Pumpkin Slayer 3 to find out why he's stalking you. But maybe when you write me back, you could tell me. And I promise I won't tell anyone. I can't wait to hear from you soon. TTYL, Jessie. Dear Jennifer, hi again. It's been a while. I got your letter. And to be honest, I was really bummed. Because it was just one of those form letters that you sent to everyone. I was really hurt when I read it the first time, Jennifer. Maybe I didn't say it clearly enough. Because I was trying to be cool. But I'm your biggest fan. So I read your letter again and again, like 20 times. And then I realized that you probably get like 50 letters a week. But if I keep writing, then you'll know I'm a true fan. And you'll send me a real letter soon. TTYL, Jessie. Dear Jennifer, I knew if I kept writing you, you'd send me a real letter. And you did! Now we can be pen pals! Tabby said that your letter wasn't even a real letter, only a better form letter you send to every kid who won't leave you alone, but it's not true. You told me all about your family and your dog, Lasso, and you said you never want to take your fans for granted. You said it was way cool of me to keep writing even though you're so busy, and it's hard to respond. Tabby's just jealous, and I'm not gonna hang out with her anymore.
Dear Jennifer, could you draw you and me kissing for reference?
Anyway, Pumpkin Slayer 3 is coming up this weekend, and I begged my big brother to take me. He's 18 and he's friends with all the ushers at the movie theater. I can't wait! I hope you slay the Pumpkin Slayer. TTYL, Jessie. Dear Jennifer, I really thought maybe you'd give me a heads up that you were going to die in this film. I mean, it's so unfair. Is there even going to be a Pumpkin Slayer 4? What is Pumpkin Slayer without you? Don't get me wrong, your death was really cool. I've gone to Home Depot with my mom 1,000,000 times, but I've never thought about all the tools the Pumpkin Slayer could use to murder you. When he tossed your body into the wood chipper and all your guts spewed out everywhere, then yelled, "Clean up aisle 7!" That would have been so funny if it was happening to someone other than you. I can't understand why they killed you off. Maybe you didn't want to be a horror actress. Maybe you wanted to do Disney movies. Maybe you wanted to go back to school and be a regular kid. I just think you should have told me so I wasn't so traumatized watching it in the theater with my big brother. And I started crying at the credits. He thought I was totally freaked out of the film. And he said he wasn't going to take me to a scary movie again if I was gonna act that way. But Jennifer, I wasn't scared. I just couldn't believe you were dead. Please, 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 promise me that you haven't given up acting. My family doesn't understand why I've been moping around the house or why I'm scratching myself again. Only you can understand why I'm so depressed. TTYL, I guess. Jessie. Dear Jennifer, it's been a really long time, and you haven't responded to any of my letters. Our 13th birthday came and went, and I was sure I'd hear from you. My mom took me out to pizza to celebrate, but then her new boyfriend showed up, like always, and my pizza tasted gross after that. Mom and my therapist tell me I need to be nicer to him, but whenever I see him with his slimy goatee and his cappuccino, I think about that moment in Pumpkin Slayer 2 You know, the one with the coffee grinder. Anyway, my parents are divorced. My dad's not a serial killer like yours in Pumpkin Slayer. Just a club owner in Asbury Park, which my mom says is kind of the same thing. I know you're super busy with all the slug monster movies, but I wanted you to remember who your real fans are, and that we need to hear from you sometime to know you're doing okay. Okay? Jesse. Dear Jennifer, I don't know why you haven't sent me any letters, but now I know you're still reading mine. I saw your interview in Heartthrob magazine, and the photo you were wearing blue and pink, my favorite colors. And even better, you said a friend recommended Twin Peaks and now you're loving it. That friend was me. I was beginning to lose hope, Jennifer, but now I know all my letters are worth it. I don't care if my mom's boyfriend says I'm acting like a loner psycho, or that my therapist says I have unhealthy coping behaviors. They don't understand that we're not only pen pals, but real friends. They don't understand that when I start to scratch myself, the only reason I stop is because I think of you. They don't understand. But you do. Your friend, Jesse.
Bitch, if you don't get out of here.
Dear Jennifer, you seem really different now. I know you're not the little kid that starred in the Pumpkin Slayer movies, but now that we're teenagers, it just seems like you keep getting cast in these really slutty roles. I know I shouldn't say slutty. I'm totally all for girl power. But if you're the slutty one in horror movies, that means you die first. You're supposed to be the final girl, the one who survives until the end, like you did in Pumpkin Slayer. Now you remind me of Skanky Tabby and her friends, who taped maxi pads to my locker. Don't worry, I made them sorry. Anyway, it's not a good look, Jennifer. I mean, you look good. You got side swept bangs, exactly like mine from the picture I sent you. But why do you keep accepting roles that don't showcase your talent? Are you trying to be a sex object instead of a star? I saw the photos you did in last month's Heartthrob magazine. Can your dress get any tighter? Okay, I know I sound judgy, but it's for your own good. I only want you to have a lifelong career as a respected actress. Your true friend, Jesse.
It's none of your business.
Dear Jennifer, hi, I'm coming to see you. I saw the TV ad for the horror convention coming to my town next month, and your name was on the guest list. This is so crazy. I can't believe we're actually going to meet. I just thought I'd give you a heads up so you can look for me when we're there. And maybe let me cut the line to get an autograph. Now that we'll finally be together, maybe we could grab dinner afterward. I know of this great Chinese restaurant, one of my favorites, right around the corner from the convention hall. Can't wait to meet you soon. It's going to be so awesome. TTYL, your friend, Jesse. Dear Jennifer, I waited for hours. I saw you sitting there at that table, and you looked so pretty. The prettiest you've ever looked. And I was so excited. And I knew it was going to be me. And I knew it was going to be the best day of my life. And we were going to have Chinese afterward. And I was going to tell you all about my family, and you were going to tell me all about yours. But then before I could get to the front of the line, you left. Your security said you had another engagement. When I told him we were supposed to meet for dinner, he said I should call you, and then when I explained that I didn't have your number, he only shrugged and said maybe next year, honey. I don't know what else to write in this letter. My tears are smudging the ink. I'm scratching and scratching. It's just so shitty, Jennifer. Why didn't you wait for me like we planned? I thought you cared about me. I thought we were friends. Jay. Dear Jennifer, I'm so fucking upset right now. I don't even know who I'm writing to. I just found out that Heartthrob magazine doesn't even exist anymore. Out of print. Done. Gone forever. For 3 fucking years. So where have my letters been going to? Are they even reaching you at all? I'm such an idiot. This whole time I thought we were friends. I thought we were best friends. This whole time. This whole damn time. I've been writing to no one at all. Jay. Dear Jennifer, thanks to the wonderful people of the internet, I found your address. Your actual address. Not one issued by some stupid teen magazine where any loser with a weird obsession can write to their favorite star. It's kind of spectacular how easy it was to find you. I only had to post a question on a forum. Can anyone help me find Jennifer X's home address? And then poof! It was like I had a team of private investigators just waiting to be given a task. It took 48 hours for someone to respond, but he had it. Technology is amazing. So anyway, I thought I'd give you a heads up that I'm coming to visit. Who would have known that you only live 2 hours north of me? This whole time. Now we can finally get that dinner we've always been talking about. Just so you know, so you don't get freaked out or anything. If you don't answer the door because you don't recognize me, I'm bringing a crowbar. And the rope, it's only for emergencies too. You know, like if you have leave for another engagement. And this knife? Also no big deal, of course. It's like yours from the movies. For carving pumpkins. I'm shaking. It's all finally happening! TTYL and see you soon! Your friend, Jessie.
Yeah. That one made quite an impression. The parasocial one-sided relationship and how it spiraled. I bet that guy's a dweeb that gave her his address and thinks he's gonna oh my god. Ah. Do you have time for the medical one? Or do you think you should sleep? I think I have it saved, but let me see. I know I have it, but let's end it here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that one was really good. I really liked Dear Jennifer. I think that one's neat. Okay. Well, not a whole lot of people left. It is late, but for those who are, thank you all so much for watching. And I'll see you next time. Same schedule, same place.